The meeting scheduled for Thursday, March 20th, 2024, for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues in the Rules Committee and non-committee members. Welcome. I'd like to say blessed good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, invited testifiers, my staff, the listening and viewing audience, legislative staff working this meeting today. Today, I want to take this moment to encourage my colleagues to pay close attention to the status of behavioral health in the territory. When we hear family members, friends, and even strangers crying out for help, displaying odd behavior, we need to take them seriously and make the authorities aware. Colleagues, the unthinkable will continue to happen if we do not take the steps to get a handle on this right now. Again, colleagues, the time is now to address behavioral health challenges in the territory. On another note, Easter is upon us. In the Virgin Islands, Easter is not only the time of the year we recognize the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, we also engage in the festive tradition of camping on the beach. It's exciting to see the campsites being built. Remember to drink responsibly and manage your trash. These beaches belong to us as Virgin Islanders, so let us preserve our natural resources. Mr. Clerk, can you please proceed with the roll call?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez, present. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Present.
Senator Capehart, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here. Senator
Potter, present. Madam Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At the purpose of today's meeting, we have 5 blocks, 3 nominees, and 7 bills. At this time, Mr. Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record?
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Wednesday, March 20th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz Loetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to consider the following nominations, bills, and resolutions. Block 1, Governor's nomination of the Honorable Harold W.L. Willocks, Esquire, Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Block 2, the Governor's nomination of Averil E. George, Commissioner Nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Block 3, the Governor's nomination of Antonio O. Stevens, Director Nominee, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Block 4, Bill number 35-0115, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, limited use of criminal records in hiring practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory, Alma Francis Heyliger, Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Franklin D. Johnson, and Dwayne M. DeGraff. Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C, to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70. Sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry, sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support, sponsored by Senator Carla J. Joseph, Alma Francis Heyliger, and Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Block 5, Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the fields of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts in her honor, sponsored by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Vigo E. Sewer posthumously for his ultimate contribution to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John in his honor, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Bill number 35-0208, a resolution honoring and commending Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime of service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senators Milton E. Potter, Carla Joseph, Alma Francis Heyliger, Kenneth L. Gittens, and Dwayne M. DeGraff, co-sponsored by Senators Samuel Carrion and Ray Fonseca. Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamle Gade, William A. Industrious Street, sponsored by Senator Carla J. Joseph, Ray Fonseca, and Donna A. Fred Gregory. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Motion, Senator Carla Joseph. You may proceed.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good morning to everyone. Madam Chair, I move to place the following bills as the last two items in Block 4 of today's agenda. The bills are Bill number 35-0246. It reads, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Pro Mars Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159 remainder, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and Bill number 35-0245, and it reads, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B Lagoon Street Complex, Frederickstead Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square foot, or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant, disaster relief program, and for other related purposes. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittens. Hearing no objection, so ordered. So colleagues, we have now 9 bills on the agenda. Mr. Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record from
Yes,
any
Madam Chair.
committee member?
Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
In a letter dated March 20, 2024, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Capehart, due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for today, Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kind regards, Marie C. James.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this time, I would like to instruct the Sergeant of Arms to escort the testifier that's here today in the well. Mr. Clendenin. So just for the record, when it's your time to speak, please state your name and bring the mic close to you, okay? At this time, I will do some housekeeping. The Honorable Harold W. Willocks, Esquire, if you please stand and take the oath and raise your right hand. You should know how to do this. Okay, where is my... Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Please be seated. As I mentioned, to state your name, be clear and put the mic to you. So at this time, Mr. Willocks, you may proceed with your testimony.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson Capehart, Honorable Senators and listeners. My name is Harold Woodson Lauren Willocks. Before I begin, if I may, I would like to, last time I was here, I stated I was an army of two. Since then, a lot of my supporters have decided that's not going to happen again. I would like to just, if I may, take an opportunity to thank, firstly, of course, my wife, Yvette Willocks, Attorney Jeffrey Moorhead, Ms. Bethany Henry, Mr. Mara Charles, Attorney Esther Walters, and, of course, Attorney Joseph Pontine, who hopefully might be a candidate for the Attorney General's office. I am a product of the public schools of St. Croix, and I am a product of the public schools of St. Croix. I earned my Bachelor of Arts degree in political science from Morgan State. I attended Howard University grad school where I majored in political science and philosophy. The following year, I attended Howard University School of Law. My studies were interrupted and I returned home for 2 years. I resumed my educational pursuits and completed my Juris Doctorate in 1987 from Antioch School of Law. My experience in service stretched over 30 years. For periods of time between 1978 and 1985, I enjoyed the rewarding profession of teaching at Elena Christian and Arthur Richards Junior High Schools and at my alma mater, St. Croix Central High School. In 1987, I worked as an Assistant Attorney General under Attorney General Godfrey De Castro. While there, I handled criminal cases with jurisdiction up to 5 years, family court, juvenile traffic, and various other types of cases. In 1988, I became territorial public defender. In this capacity, I handled hundreds or perhaps thousands of cases involving the indigent population of the Virgin Islands. After 4 years, I became Chief Public Defender of the Virgin Islands. For many years during my tenure as Chief Public Defender, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender had one of the highest jury win ratios for a public defender office in the nation. And the Public Defender Office was recognized for this and its innovative way of handling indigent clients and for its community involvement. In August of 2009, I was nominated by the Honorable John P.D. Young, Governor of the Virgin Islands of the United States, to serve a 6-year term as judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I was later unanimously approved by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. I was reappointed by the Honorable Governor Kenneth, Governor of the Virgin Islands of the United States, for a second period, and reappointed by the Honorable Albert Brand Jr., Governor of the Virgin Islands of the United States for a third term. I have served as a presiding judge, senior sitting judge, and I'm currently administrative judge of the Superior Court. I have assisted various community organizations, especially those dealing with the youth and the mentally ill. I spearheaded the Virgin Islands History, Geography 6, and Character Enhancement Bold, and the Prevention Through Education Summer Camp. Some of the honors bestowed upon me include the Virgin Islands Humanities Scholar and the Virgin Islands Cultural Bearer. I've been one of the leading advocates for educational programs and activities for the youth of the Virgin Islands. I played a vital role in the establishment of the expungement statute for the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Behavioral Health Bill. I would like to thank you, Honorable Chairperson Capehart and the Honorable Senators for your time and anticipated support, and I am open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm modest.
That means you have a lot of questions to ask. At this time, I would have Mr. John Clendenin, who's here to give a verbal testimony on your behalf. Mr. Clerk, we are giving Mr. Clendenin 3 minutes. Mr. Clendenin, make sure you state your name on the record.
Johann Alfred Clendenin.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Senators. The Honorable Judge Willocks. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Johann Clendenin, United States Marine Corps retired, and Chief Executive Officer of Inner Circle Group and former Chairman of the Public Services Commission. I come today to offer testimony in support of a fair and responsive judiciary in the territory. My perspective is from my 10 years as Chairman of Judge Judith Kaye's New York 17th Judicial Advisory Committee in Rochester, New York. My specific issue is access to the VI courts for veterans and elderly who have a priority. I served as a Marine officer for over 38 years, and I am currently a Crucian elder of 74 years. In my case, I have been waiting over 4 years for a hearing on my filed appeal with the Superior Court. Without elective procedures for judges, this confirmation is the proper forum to vet this issue of responsive justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clendenin. If you can provide a text, if you can send that so we can make sure that's in the record. And at this time, we can have the Sergeant of Arms escort you off of the floor now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, colleagues, this begins our first round for this committee meeting today. The order of the line of questioning, Senator Bolkes, you're number 1. Senator Francis is number 2, non-committee member. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're number 3. Senator Carla Joseph, 4. And Senator Gittens, you are number 5. And Senator Potter is Senator Potter 5 and Senator Gittens 6. Senator Potter is the Vice Chair of Rules. Welcome. So the Governor's nomination of Honorable Harold W. L. Willocks, Esquire, Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Welcome and thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity. We have a long agenda today, colleagues. So we are going to have 4 minutes for this round of questioning, and I will just start with asking, because you did not provide this in your testimony. Can you give us at least 3 high priority areas, if you are nominated in this position, as to what you see that needs changes or improvements or challenges that you plan to tackle?
Good morning again, Senator Capehart. You know, I'm not the type of person that can simply make recommendations or criticisms, and that's the old proverb, don't criticize the person unless you walk a mile in the shoe. There are issues or concerns that I have, but I need, subject of course to the legislative approval, to first understand fully the system and discuss it with the fellow justices and let them hear my opinions, and I'll listen to theirs, and we converse as to what possible improvements. But I don't think it would be appropriate for me. I mean, I've sat as a justice designee once, 2 or 3 times, but I would prefer to firstly study the system, know exactly what the system is about before I make my recommendations or even criticisms. So I guess I would say I would have to wait and see rather than voice it publicly. I would prefer, my choice would be to sit amongst them and discuss, well, why isn't this being done? Why isn't that being done?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that as the chairperson of Rules and Judiciary, there are a lot of laws that need to be revised, some of them that has not been revised since 1954, and we just need that collaboration as to the Justice Division to work with us to make sure that some of these legislation is amended. So we look forward to getting some of those responses, like amendments, suggestions, as to some of the laws that needs to be amended from 1954.
Well, I'm in total agreement with you, Senator. In fact, I can go back and cite laws that are adopted in 1921. There are laws that are problematic to the judges as well as to the justices. I recall years ago there was a law revision committee under, I believe, the then Honorable Judge Donahue. I don't think that for some reason fizzled out, but there are a lot of, especially in the criminal section. For a very quick example, you can have where if you steal, I believe, $500 or more, you face up to 10 years. However, if you hit someone with a baseball bat, you face only up to 5 years. So, you have that type of issues. Even as to sentencing, we have what's called a split sentence, that if you put someone in jail for more than 6 months, they can't be on probation for more than 6 months. So you do have that overall issue, and I personally would welcome the revision of a lot of the statutes.
Thank you. Colleagues, will begin this line of questioning. Senator Bolkus, you may proceed. 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And of course, good morning to the Admirable Harold W.L. Willocks, Esquire. You have a proven track record, many accolades, and pardon my ignorance, but what are you doing in here?
I was invited.
You've been there, done that. You've been in many capacities and served our people here in the Virgin Islands. And I see that you walked with your little legal battalion here. I hope I don't get served. I see I have a marshal here with you today. So, I only have great things to say about you, sir. And I only want to ask questions concerning somewhat of your philosophy on things. Because I can't even imagine being in a position, dealing with so many different issues that arise in the legal realm. And I'm sure that is a very difficult job, just trying to keep balance. And I wanted to know, like, with your extensive background and the different facets of the legal system that you've served in, what is your philosophy when you have to deal with these things as a judge? Just a simple philosophy, what would that be?
You try to be honest, fair. You try to be devoid of emotions and rule according to the law, and try to be as fair as you humanly can. And that's my philosophy. At the end of the day, you go home, you look at yourself in the mirror, and regardless of whatever side wins, once you see that you did your best, you know, you live on to meet another challenge.
And also being a member of the Pennsylvania Bar and the Virgin Islands Bar and the Third Circuit Court Appeals, how do you navigate between all of those different capacities between these jurisdictions, and have you faced any challenges?
Well, I did an administrative leave for Pennsylvania Bar. The Third Circuit, and this going back many years, you had to become a part of, because back then it was from the territorial court or appealed to the district court, appellate level court, and then to the Third Circuit. So the Third Circuit actually acted as our Supreme Court for a while. So that was why I've argued several cases in front of them. But currently, because the establishment of the Virgin Islands Supreme Court, I don't really practice anymore in front of the Third Circuit.
Okay, very well. And what specific long-term goals do you have, as a Supreme Court judge?
Well, I'm sort of old school. I would like to see a return to the respect and dignity of the judicial branch. And when I say that, I mean in terms of not judges, but the attorneys. I've found throughout the years that, and I guess it's nationwide, that a lot of attorneys have lost their path, if you will, of dignity and respect for each other. I think that, and again, nationwide also, that people are beginning to sort of question the impartiality of judges, if you will. And I think that is something that we probably need to work on to reestablish that, judges are human beings that make mistakes, but in the final analysis, they're trying to be as objective and give out as much fairness and impartiality as possible.
Thank you so much for your responses, Judge Willocks. And Madam Chair, thank you for the time, and I'm looking forward to voting in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bolkus, for your line of questioning. At this time, I will go to Senator Franklin Johnson. You may proceed. 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleague. Good morning to the testifier. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. It's an honor to have a judge stand up in front of me and put up his hand. And now I get the opportunity to ask him some questions. These things don't happen too often, so I'm going to use every advantage to it. How you doing, my brother?
I'm fine, Senator Johnson.
Honorable.
Morning.
I listened to you read off this little small short script here, and I remember one day me and you having a conversation, and it was when you were going to school. You guys were probably heading to Atlanta. You and a couple of your buddies in school. You got pulled over on the side of the road. That brings back some memory to you?
Memory and pain.
Just wanted to bring that to you about. Every time I see you and I think about that, I say, wow, you thought the guy got shot, and it was that the guy got shot. You got assaulted.
Yep.
That always brings laugh to me. But my first time actually meeting you, I had a family member that was in a little problem with the law, and you was a public defendant. And you really did some well for me and my family member. I was given the opportunity to speak to the judge on behalf of my family member, and the assistance that they needed was granted. And I always, accept that with whole heart thankfulness to you. And what I really want to ask you is, during your tenure in the Superior Court, you served in 3 capacities: presiding judge, senior sitting judge, administrative judge. Which one of them was the most difficult to you, and why? Which one gave you the most challenge?
I would say probably presiding judge. because as presiding judge, there's certain things that you see that you want changes or may want to have changed, and sometimes, sometimes it's done, other times, you don't have the authority or the powers to do so. So a lot of times, employees come to you with issues and it's somewhat beyond your control. And to that extent, it's frustrating because at that level, one would anticipate that you have certain powers inherent, which is not necessarily true. Now, that is not to say that if you take it to the powers that be, it wouldn't be reviewed or granted. But I'm saying simply that inherently, one would think that presiding judge has all this authority, but it does not. And this is not saying, again, I'll make it perfectly clear. That is the system, that is the one that we're under. And again, it doesn't mean that your concerns are not addressed. That would definitely be one of the, was to me anyhow, coming from the chief public defender position where I can address whatever issues there before me, but having them to take them up on a higher level, thought it was frustrating.
And I want to take you back, way back now, what it was like in your school days, being in the public school system, and how have this influenced you or molded you to actually go to school to study law, and not only just study law, been pretty much successful in your career and what you have studied. So what actually brought you, at least from the public school knowledge, that gave you that inspiration to go down the road that you passed with your career?
Well, many, many years ago, and I'm sure someone like Senator Gittens would say many, many pounds, or be better than me. I was, pretty much of an athlete and not really focusing on education. And then I saw in 1973 Fountain Valley case, and I was allowed to go to see a lot of the hearings, and I was impressed with William Counselor. And, I had a gentleman for the Attorney General office by the name of, I can't remember his name, but just to see the quality and the fight, that's how that sparked my interest in law. And, I decided then that it might be a career I wanted to pursue. But seeing William Counselor live and just his ability to argue really sort of sparked my interest in law.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to wrap up on this one because you brought it up, not me. You talk about you being an athlete, and it was just that idea you were playing a lot of basketball. When you going to get back on the court?
In my next life.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to definitely be supportive of your next ambition and your next career that you're going to be embarking on at the appropriate time. You definitely have my support. Thank you for your service, and thank you for you willing to serve still in assisting and keeping these Virgin Islands in the right direction. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. At this time, we will go to Madam Secretary Carla Joseph. You may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to you, Judge Willocks, and my colleagues, as well as the viewing and listening audience. I wanted to first, again, congratulate you in accepting this opportunity to preside in the highest court in our territory. I have known you for many years. I first met you when I was a youth bill program manager, and you were at the Office of the Public Defender, and you helped provide exceptional defense to some of my students so that they won't be in jail. And I really appreciate that. And I always say it, you provided good guidance to us as a staff relative to the judicial process. I'm going to ask you some questions today regarding your position as a judge, sitting judge, and where you stand. Those critical questions which will help me make a determination on whether to vote today on your nomination to the highest court in our land. I will begin by asking you, in your experience as a sitting judge, have you presided over a case where you felt an important constitutional issue was implicated by the case before you, but had not been addressed yet?
There have been several cases. A judge is really neutral. Unless that issue is raised, usually the judge leaves it alone. Now, if it's a criminal case, then it's slightly different. The judge may, what we call suspente, say or suggest, look, I'm having some issues with this matter and the constitutionality of it. Can you all brief this matter? So once that's done, then you allow briefing from both sides and you make the determination as to the constitutionality of that particular issue.
Okay, so you have presided over some of those. That's
Yes.
very good.
Yes.
And that's how you've handled it.
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted, and then I wanted to ask you, are there any salient issues that you have as far as items or in determining whether our territorial, jurisdictional, or the procedures, just relative to the rules of the judicial branch, should be strictly applied when in effect it is to deny court access to the indigent and don't smile, you know what I'm talking about, and pro se litigant. Because we have a lot of people who are in poverty here.
1 minute.
Judge, and let's have an open and clear discussion because we're talking about justice.
I have no problem having an open and clear discussion, Senator. I'm smiling because, you know, I don't know if I should say it. Well, I'm always frank. There are times when I've found that justice not required, but rather demands a flexing of the rule just to ensure justice. I understand the importance of rules, but I think the importance of providing justice is far more important. Yes. And so I probably get a letter on this, but yes, I have bent the rules in the interest of justice. I am concerned, and I guess that we're not providing.
1 moment, hold your thought. Madam Chair, may I ask Judge
You may
Willocks?
conclude.
Thank you. Go ahead, Judge. Thank you kindly.
And I agree with you, especially indigent. I'm not fully convinced that we're providing the best defense possible for them. I've sat in a lot of cases where I would grimace over some of the defense they've been providing for the indigent. I'm sure I'm going to get some feedback on that, but that's just the reality. I don't see a lot of the defense as to how the caliber of it used to be years ago, and I do have some concerns about that. And that's on both sides also, by the way. That's also falls with the prosecution also. In my opinion, it's just dropped.
Thank you so much, Judge Willocks. And I appreciate your comments because I said in my opening remarks, you really helped me with some young people, and they were indigent when you were a public defender. And one of your successors, your two successors did as well, following your footstep, and I'm thanking God for that. I will be voting in the affirmative based on your testimony here and your answering my questions. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Jones.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. On the island of St. Thomas, Senator Potter, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Special good morning to Judge Harold Willocks, the governor's appointee to a seat in the highest court of the land, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I think the governor made a wise choice, Judge Willocks, in appointing you to be a nominee to this very important judicial seat. I wanted to ask you right out the gate, how do you handle cases where the law may conflict with your personal beliefs, ensuring impartiality and adherence to legal principles?
My personal belief is of no importance. When I took an oath to uphold the law and to distill justice. I've sat in many cases where I believed a certain way, but the law said different, and my pledge to the oath has always been prioritized. So I don't consider my personal beliefs when the law is clear.
Okay, and I know you've been in this field for many years. Is it just that easy that a judge can turn it on and off, can ignore your personal fundamental beliefs and principles if it conflicts with, with the law? And you're saying yes, and I just to gain some insights as to the minds of, judges. Is it typically that easy?
No, it's not. I've recused myself on cases, and I believe other judges have also, where if there is a strong, deeply rooted belief that a judge may have that is in conflict with the law, usually the judge will recuse themselves. And, judges are human beings, and they too are subject to their strong beliefs. So, again, we go back to the ability to look at oneself in the mirror and be confident that you did the best.
Gotcha. Appreciate your response. Now, how have you dealt with mandatory sentencing provisions? And I want to specifically discuss firearms. We have, we say around here that we have some of the harshest, some of the most stringent firearm statutes. The one that I'm thinking about right now is found in Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Section 2253. I don't expect you to remember that right after that. That statute provides for a 10-year minimum sentence for illegal possession and a mandatory 15 years if, a felon is in possession of a firearm in the use of a crime. It's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'd definitely be curious to hear your position on this. I understand that both the court and the Attorney General's office think that the statute might be somewhat on the harsh side, particularly if the firearm was not used in a crime of violence. As a result, there's sort of been, a way around that the defendant might plea to a non-mandatory gun offense found in Title 23. I believe it's Section 456A.
Time.
I wanted to get your thoughts on that. Has it been what has your experience been dealing with that particular section of the code concerning mandatory minimum sentencing, and sort of the way around, if it is your thoughts that the statute might be too harsh, if that is the thoughts of the AG, how should is there a role now for the legislature to take a second look at it? I don't want to put words in your mouth, just give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Senator Powell. I have to be careful in that answer, but I'll say this. I've been on the record for years as a public defender and even sometimes as a judge against the mandatory sentencing. I think that we have very, very good judges. I think that when you put a mandatory sentence, And if I may just have an extra minute, I recall I had a case where a young man was found a bullet and he got arrested. And at the time, the statute was mandatory 5 or 10 years. I can't recall which one. But this young man was home from college and was on his way to go to medical school. And we were able to get around it. So I'm just saying that when you do mandatory, you take a lot of discretion away from the judges. And there's a lot of other information that judges may have that may very well, in the interest of justice, may require that this, or may demand that this person not be sentenced to any term of jail. There's a case of, I believe, I want to think it was Melendez or something, where the court stated that mandatory, unless the legislature states that no term of incarceration be suspended or otherwise, that the judge has discretion. In other words, in your particular scenario, I can sentence the person to 10 years, suspend all but 2 months. As long as that person is sentenced to the 10 years pursuant to the statute, and that will be within the legal parameters, but because the person would be sentenced to the 10 years, however, the court would have that particular discretion, since there's nothing in there that limits the court in terms of the suspension of that particular sentence.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your very thoughtful response. At the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for your confirmation. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Now we would go to the Majority Leader, who's in the Rules Committee, Senator Kenneth Gittens. You may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Judge Harold Willocks, let me first thank you for your lengthy service to the people of the Virgin Islands, and thank you for your continued service. I see that you were a little smarter this time. You came with a bigger army. But I must tell you that you made your pitch in the wrong court for the next Attorney General. I think you need to make that pitch at Government House. I want to ask you, though, looking at your short testimony, I want to ask you about your current caseload at the Superior Court. What is your current caseload at the Superior Court?
I believe it was currently, I believe either 14 or 1,700. That involved.
Say that again?
It was about between 14 and 1,700, but that involved complex civil, criminal.
14 and 1,700? Between
that amount, yes.
1,400 to 1,700?
Yeah.
Is it? And
but that, if I may, that's not typical of judges. Like I said, it involved a lot of complex cases also.
So how are you dispensing of these caseloads before, if you were to transition to now the Supreme Court?
Well, currently, we're in the process of separating. For example, I believe 700 of those cases are complex cases. It may seem a lot, and to a degree it is, but those cases are placed under what's called master cases. So you may have like 100 under one master case. So it's easy to maneuver and so forth. So a lot of the other cases are, and again, the numbers, I think we've had, well, to put it simply, we're down to, after going through the entire caseload, we're down to maybe, I think it's 110 criminal cases and maybe 300 to 400 civil cases.
So of those 110 criminal cases, how are we dispensing these matters? Especially, when I served on the Judicial Council, I had some serious concerns of detainees being in the detention center over X amount of time, some up to years. And we were just told again that at least one is there in excess of 10 years. How are we dispensing these cases?
Well, currently we have both the Honorable Judge Andrews and the Honorable Judge Meade. With my cases, I did my last jury trial, and the other trials that were coming up were distributed among the Honorable Judge Meade and Judge Andrews. The Honorable Judge Andrews sort of does the back work, if you will. For example, he would get all the older cases so that judges wouldn't be on St. Croix, wouldn't have any cases older than 2000, I think either 21 or 22. Judge Meade now is taking on a lot of the cases. My cases, I separated them from, for example, we have sentencing. They've been placed in categories. Now, I have to be very honest with you. My office and I have to do some real heavy lifting because the criminal cases are good, but I have backlogs in terms of opinions in the civil cases. I think I have maybe 20 or 25 opinions that I really have to deal with in the next, and we're starting to work on them within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So hopefully within the next 2 to 3 weeks, all of that will be taken care of, and there'll be a blueprint for the new judge that comes in. There'll be a very easy transition.
So you know the phrase, justice delayed is justice denied. So we need to really step up on these, as these are concerning numbers. But if I may, Madam Chair, I'll just close out.
Proceed.
Thank you. As a Supreme Court judge, how will you handle a case that may have previously been before you within the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, especially you serving as presiding judge before and even now administrative judge?
Well, Senator, that is why we need to have 5 justices, so that, like, for example, the Supreme Court already stated, I think in a case that involved me as a chief public defender, that unless I sat on the case, then I have no conflict. But any case that I sat on as a judge, I will recuse myself immediately on that. I wouldn't sit as an appellate judge in a case that I've heard as a judge. Now, if we have 5 justices, it makes it a lot easier in terms of the recusals and so forth. So it'll be by my recusing myself from any case that I've sat upon.
Well, I just want to be comfortable enough to know that there wouldn't be a lot of instances where you're recusing yourself from matters. Because I see after reviewing your questionnaire that there's other areas why you would recuse yourself as well. So, but I think you are qualified and suitable enough to handle the position in which you were nominated for, and at the appropriate time, I do intend to support the nomination. So I say congratulations in advance.
Thank you, Senator Gittens.
And I also want to let the Army know as well that, the higher you go, the lonelier it gets. So as his support team, I ask you to continue to pray for him as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Senator Senator Johnson, you have a point of inquiry. You may proceed.
Madam Chair.
Can you please acknowledge Senator Johnson's mic?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Based on the line of question and the caseload that you spoke about, I want to actually your take on the Speedy Trial Act. It's a piece of measure that I've been trying to move forward, been reaching out to the Attorney General office and trying to make sure that we work this kinked out of this piece of measure. What's your take on it? How would it help, or probably even make things a little difficult for the court to proceed when we have folks in there for 8 years plus on a detainee status? What's your take on the Speedy Trial Act?
You know, the Speedy Trial Act, in my opinion, it's a good effort, but one has to understand that it's going to require building up of the infrastructure. You're going to need more judges, more defense attorneys, more prosecutors. It's to implement it without having the additional staff and the additional judges, like I said, attorney generals, not only public defenders, but defense bar. In that sense, it's going to be doomed for failure. There's going to be a lot of issues where you just can't meet, either through lack of, or it's going to end up judges dismissing cases and maybe even depriving the alleged victim of some justice, because the judges are going to do what's according to the law. If the attorney general, if a case is supposed to be tried in 90 days, and the attorney general comes in and said they're not ready, the judge will say, well, 90 days, you haven't done it, I'm dismissing it. And that's what I'm saying, that it has to be structured very carefully, and but among other things, that providing that infrastructure on that.
Points of information, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I purposely didn't go to that Speedy Trial Act because I know it would take some time. But I hear you with the increased personnel to handle the Speedy Trial Act. But I must say that people that are in their current positions need to do their work as well. It ain't everybody could brag like you bragged in your short testimony about your record of wins in the public defender's office. And I need for the Attorney General's office to be able to have that same bragging rights. So we need people, no, this ain't for you to comment on. I am saying that people need to do the work. And if that is the case, and the Attorney General's office is not ready to move forward, rather than having a detainee in there so long in a detention, then the case needs to be thrown out and let him come back again to refile. But we need to address these matters instead of all these long or lengthy continuances. But we'll have a further discussion on it. But we do intend to move forward with this Speedy Trial Act. Hopefully we could get a buy-in, and we will find some common grounds to make sure that justice is not delayed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Maurice C. James. Mr. Clerk, can you please mark Senator James as present? And I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Welcome. Senator James, you may proceed with 4 minutes for your line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was at the, well, I didn't stay for the ribbon cutting, but I was at the Florence Williams Library. It's reopening today, which is a wonderful thing, because I believe readers are leaders, and so our children will be reading more, and we all need to go out and get a library card. I have great memories growing up and the library serving as a place where I got my books. because my mother could not afford to buy books for me. So the library made me smarter and wiser because I read. Good morning, Virgin Islands, and good morning, colleagues and testifiers. Good morning, Judge Willocks.
Good morning, Senator James.
I just quickly read your testimony because it was really short. Do you want to be a Supreme Court justice? Do you want to be a Supreme Court justice? Or was this something that just fell in your lap?
Well,
I would like to know.
Well, Senator, with all due respect, if I didn't, I wouldn't be here. And I think it's important that, and to be quite honest, I was hedging, and then several people met me and explained to me the importance of me being on the Supreme Court. And after listening to them, I said, yeah, I think you might be right. Maybe I do need to go there.
So you used the operative word. You said you were hedging. Why were you hedging? Tell me. I want you to explain to me why you were hedging. Because you meet people who become lawyers, and some never want to become judges. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're like, I don't ever want to be a judge. I'm not. And then there are people who want to be judges, and they want to go to the appellate court. And so I'm always curious, and that's why I ask you, was this an aspiration of yours? Because I don't feel it in your testimony, and then when you say you were hedging, it makes me then, I think I asked the right question once you said that.
Yeah, well, I don't know if maybe I'm shy or don't think that putting an extensive statement, I really don't like to speak about myself. Yes, it's short because that's my personality. I really don't like to speak about myself. So I purposely left it short. Yes, I could have probably
1 minute.
5, 6, 7 pages, but that's not my personality. But after listening to some of my critics and supporters, I decided that, I can help the people of the Virgin Islands far more sitting in the Supreme Court bench than I could as a trial judge. And that convinced me and made me make that determination.
Why the distinction? I mean, and I'm glad you said that, because there are some people who prefer to be, as you say, on the appellate level than at the trial level. For you, you would feel more comfortable at the appellate level than you would at the trial level?
I've sat on the designee 2 or 3 times. I've been a judge now for, I believe, 14 or 15 years. I can't recall which one.
Time.
And like I said, I just, in my opinion, just think that I can assist the people of the Virgin Islands more as an overall assistant in terms of helping to carve the laws of the Virgin Islands and so forth as a appellate court justice. When I say carve, I mean in terms of interpretation of the law. Mm-hmm. As an appellate justice than I can as a trial court judge.
Mr. Chair, may I wrap up?
Sure.
So, what you believe you can better serve them at that level? And just so that I
Yes.
can disclose to you, I have been getting a lot of complaints from attorneys in the communities about the slow pace, and I believe one of my colleagues mentioned that, and how, in effect, the judicial branch is hurting the communities of the Virgin Islands. I'll give you an example. Sometimes we don't think that a judge doesn't affect a child's life, when in fact they do. And when you don't move cases, or cases sit that affect our community as a whole, you're doing more damage to our community than sometimes even the executive branch, because the legislative branch, we don't do damage really. That's a joke. So, but you understand what I'm asking, right?
Yes.
And I don't, if you care to respond.
Oh, of course I do. So, you know, one of the biggest myths that we have in the against the judicial system is that the judges, I mean, at some degree, and I've said this many times, at some degree the fault lies on the judges. That is correct. But if you look at the criminal cases, you know, a lot of times there are continuances that are on both sides that set it back. If you look at the civil cases, I would be the first one speaking for myself that, I do have a backlog on that, primarily because, and I don't want to use COVID, but primarily because criminal cases take precedent. You know, but we are moving the cases to the best that we can. You know, I mean, I'm not making excuses for anyone, including myself. Can we do better? Of course we can. We can. You know, we're doing our best. We're trying to come up with innovative ways of handling this backlog. But it is not as, and I'll say this without fear of rebuttal, it's not as bad as people complain that it is. Like I said before, we tend to blame, I tend to blame also, because I do have backlogs. You know, the reality is, I don't think of any court, nationwide or otherwise, that do not have backlogs. So yes, all we can do is our best. And I do think, I want to put it on the record, I do think we have very excellent judges, and they work very hard. But again, we just have to come up with more innovative ideas as to how we can address a lot of these backlogs, and these backlogs involve probate and other areas. So I do understand your concern, and it's, like I said, I'm not here to make excuses, being very frank. We do have to come up with more innovative ideas as to how to deal with certain, and I know I'm talking way more than I usually do, but yeah, I know. But I'm saying that there are areas that those concerns are legitimate, and there are areas where it is not.
Thank you, Judge, for talking a little more than you do, and thank you, Madam Chair. At the end of the day, each branch is responsible for the quality of life of our people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James, for your line of questioning. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you may proceed, 4 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the Honorable Judge Willocks, my fellow Morganite.
Morning.
And I want to just follow on from my colleague that just spoke and the response that you gave as it relates to innovation. In your estimation, what is the challenge with seeing or moving towards innovation in the court system? And I ask the question because I do agree, particularly with our children in the territory. There's a whole host of cases that are impacting young people in the family court in particular that it's not resolved. Some of those children are turning 18. And the situations that are embattled, where they're embattled with where their parents are embattled, affected them. They're aging out, and the cases are still sitting there. How do you, and you're moving on to something else, but I still have to ask the question. How do you see the court system, the judicial system in the territory overall moving towards innovation to move those types of matters along?
Well, I can't speak for the family court judges, nor do I want to. I know in my limited experience doing family, those type of cases are, as a general rule, long drawn-out cases. But I think that in terms of innovation, I think we need to, and again, this is just my opinion.
Of course.
I think we need to first do a desk audit in terms of our employees and channel them into more, areas that they can be more efficient or productive. I think that we definitely need to come up with ideas to keep our experienced clerks.
But is there a vehicle for that to happen? Where you're coming from, do you see a vehicle for that to occur, though?
I think that it's possible. I think that we have to do a lot of introflecting and be at the table and everyone be honest and say, okay, this is what we need to do. We've had 1 or 2 meetings, I believe, on that. I think we need to develop that more and come up with a plan. I'm hoping that maybe at a level, I can sort of force that issue on in terms of, I know that we have.
So basically you're saying we need to have the will. We need to have will. I have to move on, though. I have to move on. I'm going to leave it there. We need to have the will to actually want to move and ensure that we, and I'm going to put myself in this, that we are contributing to a good quality of life for not some, but all Virgin Islanders, because those things are impactful. What's happening there it's impactful to the lives of citizens here in the territory.
And I agree with you, and I wouldn't use the word will. I think that's a little strong. I think we have to do it, not will, but we just have to do it.
And will. And will. Will makes you do it. It's strong, and it needs to be strong because we're saying young people and adults, their lives are being impacted, so it has to be strong. But let me move on. So, of course, you have a wealth of experience in the judicial system, and you've done so many things here in the Virgin Islands. And most notably, you are a graduate of Morgan State University.
Time.
Most important.
Can I wrap up?
Yes, you may.
Yes, and I want to, congratulate you. You should be congratulating me for joining the ranks with you as a Morganite. Yes. But let me just say, just tell me, and I'm going to close with this, and you could answer on the chair's time. You're now moving on to be an appellate justice. And how do you see your skills, your experiences contributing to this level of work?
Well, I think because of my experiences, both prosecutor, defense, and a trial judge, more currently, I can perhaps addressing a lot of that issue in terms of innovation and go up and meet with the other justices and discuss perhaps areas that, we can include, have meetings with the Superior Court judges as a whole as to how we can more efficiently distribute or dispel justice. I think one of the things I think that is needed more would be that type of meeting between the justices and the judges to do exactly that. Let's meet, let's see how we can improve a more efficient system. I think we've done it before. I think we need to do more of that would address a lot of those type of issues.
Well, thank you for your responses. My time has been called, but I too am very interested in seeing improvement for Virgin Islanders as they traverse the judicial system in the territory. It is, while we may not see it up front in our faces, it is a quality of life issue, and we need to have confidence in our judicial system that, and I know that, I worked for the Department of Justice for 15 years, so I know that there are things or matters that will cause cases to be stalled. But in those instances, we understand. But in the instances where things need to move along, we need to shore up the confidence of the people of the Virgin Islands that cases will move along in the territory because it is, in fact, a quality of life issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gregory.
Thank you, Senator Donifred Gregory, for your line of questioning. Mr. Clerk, if you can put my 4 minutes on the clock. Judge Willocks, I previously asked you a question, and it was in regards to the code revisions. I want to expound on that. You've been in the legal arena for a very long time. And what do you perceive the biggest challenge is between the judicial branch, the legislative branch, the executive branch, and how this legislative body can work on these unbiased processes in which we can collaborate for the code revisions and other issues?
Well, I believe there are several vehicles. One is the Virgin Islands. I forgot the name of it. Where one of the senators sit in. Secondly, you see, the court is in a funny position because it determines the constitutionality of the laws, and therefore it cannot be aggressively involved or even involved in the making of the laws. It can, as I suggested, there are revisions of the law that are required, or that is necessary to even sometimes short circuit a lot of these things. But for the direct involvement of the judiciary, the judiciary basically stands alone, because if the judiciary gets involved, then who makes the determination of the constitutionality? But I can suggest that certain laws, and maybe through a judicial summit or whatever else, we can address certain laws that may very well need to be revised to provide more efficient dispelling of justice. I know we've done it in the past. We haven't done it for quite a while. But I think through that type of vehicle, a judicial summit where the executive, judiciary, and the legislature meet and discuss these problem areas. But for specific laws, in my opinion, it would be sort of standout, but we can achieve the same goal through a judicial summit, if you will.
Well, thank you for mentioning that, because I forgot the discussion that we had as to having a legislative summit with the judicial branch. I think with that, we would be able to have discussions to some of the challenges that we face. So colleagues?
I'm sorry, the only thing is it would require all three branches.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I'm still on my 4 minutes. Another question, are we truly eliminating the disparity and
1 minute.
assuring certainty and fairness as intended by the sentencing of the Reform Act of 1984 as it relates to mandatory sentencing?
Like I said before, my personal opinion of mandatory sentencing is you're taking away the leeway that a judge has. We have really good judges, we have excellent judges. Allow them to judge. When you do these mandatory sentencing, the amount of times where I had to sentence young people to jail with no other choice, even though deep down I felt that the term of incarceration was maybe too severe. Judges need that opportunity or that flexibility, if you will, based on the information and evidence that they get before them to make that determination. I mean, I understand what the legislature, the intent of it is, but when you take that out of the judge's hands, it is what it is.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your willingness to serve in the highest court of the Virgin Islands. I just ask that you continue to be fair for the people of the Virgin Islands. Senator Gittens, you wanted a point of information. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge Willocks, I'm very happy to hear you publicly say that what's probably lacking is that summit amongst the three branches of government. Because oftentimes when crime gets out of control, the finger is pointed in one direction. But I do believe that if there's proper collaboration between all three branches of government, we'll be able to address this on behalf of the people of this territory. But I wanted to ask you as well, whether or not you have a continuance policy in place for these cases that my colleagues and I are concerned about that seems to be delayed? Is there a continuance policy in place whereas a case should be disposed of by a certain time, and not that it needs to be so quick, but so that one does not end up in detention for 8 and 10 years? Is there a continuance policy in place?
There is if I recall correctly, there may be a rule. I'm trying to go off of memory, so excuse me. There's a 10-day continuous rule that states, I believe, that you have to file a motion for continuance within 10 days of the trial date, or it will be denied, and something else. Look, may I just address the one, and I believe the issue about incarceration. What we are doing now is the clerk of the court, Mr. Marchal, provided judges with a list of names that are incarcerated. The judges look at this and they try to prioritize those people who are in jail. If I recall correctly, the case to which you're referring to, without referring to anybody's name, is a problematic one. It's a murder case, and the person is, I believe, has mental issues. This is not to justify or in any means offer any rationalization to what's occurring. But it is, on the face of it, is it horrendous? Yes. But when you dive deeper, there are reasons why, not that I would say, yeah, it fully justifies it, but there are extenuating circumstances. If that's the same case that I would think you're referring to.
Well, I'm not referring to just one case. I'm looking at it overall. But at the appropriate time, we'll have a further discussion, and I will encourage the heads of the 3 branches of government to fulfill this summit that you suggested, because I also have some concerns with the protective orders known as restraining orders. Too many things are happening and seemingly just falling through the loop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Before I entertain a motion, colleagues, are there any burning questions before we go into the motion? No? Okay. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move the governor's nomination of Harold W. L. Willocks, Esquire, Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, that his nomination be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Kenneth Gittens and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Senator Franklin Johnson. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Senator Borges Jr. absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Honorable Harold W. L. Willocks, Esquire, Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you have just passed the first hurdle. And at this time, I would give you 3 minutes or 30 seconds. I gave me minutes and my seconds mixed up to give your final words to the Committee on Rules.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Actually, I just need 15 seconds. That's fine. I'd like to thank everyone for their confidence in me. Like I said, I'm not here as an apologist for the system. I know it's, we do have our issues. I'd like to thank the presiding judge, Deborah Washington, Ms. Betty Wilson, other supporters who wanted to be here and could not make it. I'd like to thank my wife and my other supporters, all who, after the first time, decided that I'll no longer be an army of two. I don't know how much are in the back now, but they decided to come and support me, and I appreciate it. And again, I'd like to thank everyone for the confidence in me, and I hope to do the best that I can. I understand the weaknesses in the system. I understand what needs to be done, and I will try my best to do, and resolve a lot of these issues that are before the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have just completed block 1, and at this time we will take a quick recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is now in recess. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. At this time, this is now Block 2. We have the governor's nomination of Averil E. George, Commissioner Nominee for the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. At this time, Ms. George, I would ask you to please stand and take the oath. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. Please be seated. Good afternoon. First, I want to... Well...
Morning still.
Okay, I rush in the day. I first want to ask you, what is your favorite color? Or did you just want to bring some sunshine into this legislature?
I actually have 3 favorite colors, yellow, orange, and brown.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing the sunshine in our chambers today.
Thank you.
It's pretty colorful, and I see you have a whole team here today in support of you. For the record, before you speak, you place your name, and on the record, make sure your mic is close and directly so you can be clear for the stenographer. Even though you don't see them, they're recording. Let me see. Did you have any? I don't think you have anyone here to read any testimony on your behalf today, right?
I have support letters.
You have support letters. Well, in the essence of time, because we have 9 bills today and another nomination, I will just have you proceed with reading your testimony. So you may begin.
Good day, Honorable Senator Diane T.K. Park, Chairman of the 35th Legislature, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, distinguished members of the Rules Committee, other honorable senators, my hardworking Department of Human Service staff, my family, friends, and the listening and viewing audience in support of my nomination as the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. My name is Averil Elisha George. I was born and raised on the beautiful island of St. Croix, where I'm extremely humbled and honored to be blessed with the opportunity and privilege to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. Every day, I thank God for his continued blessings and mercies. My thanks and appreciation go out to Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., Governor of the Virgin Islands, and his administration for believing in me, my knowledge, my skills, and my abilities to perform this role. It is my pledge before this committee and the people of the Virgin Islands that I will work every day to fulfill the mandates and goals of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to the best of my ability. Honorable Senators, I come before this committee for your consideration and acceptance of my new role. But I first must outline my journey by sharing things about myself. I was born and raised on St. Croix to my loving parents, Bernadine and Roderick George. Growing up in Ralph D. Chabot Project, I am a true testament that it takes a village to raise a child. Always remembering where I came from has prepared me for this journey. As I continue to pursue my new ventures, my memories, my foundation of being hardworking and appreciative of my opportunities have modeled me into the person I am today. My educational journey includes attending the Juanita Gade Elementary School, the Elena Christian Junior High School, and graduating from the Central High School in 1989. Go Caribs. In my post-secondary educational pursuit, I earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in accounting
from the University of the Virgin Islands, and a Master of Business Administration degree from the University of Phoenix. Other professional career-related certifications include becoming a certified public manager in August 2018 via the University of the Virgin Islands and a certified wellness program coordinator. Attending UVI was my best educational experience under the tutelage of the best professors. I obtained an education that focused on the learner to prepare them for life, not just for assessments. I must also give a plug that UVI currently offers free tuition to qualified individuals. My philosophy is the knowledge you have attained should be used to make a difference in your community. My mom also instilled in me and my 6 siblings the importance and value of good education and hard work. Nelson Madiba Mandela quoted, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." This is my mantra. Outside of my professional life, I have volunteered with many nonprofit agencies to include the following: charter member of SHRM VI, vice president of Helping Our People Emerge Hope Inc. RDC Committee, treasurer of the Virgin Islands Basketball Federation, former chairman of the Board of Governors of United Way of St. Croix, public relations officer of Baron Spot Fun Club, past member of Rotary Club of St. Croix West, and fundraising chair for the CHS class of 1989. I am the proud mother of 2 beautiful daughters, Whitney and Khadija. Being a mother and parenting has undoubtedly been the most rewarding experience in my life. Throughout my career and in every interview, the question of my strengths as a leader has been asked. Allow me to mention a few in my possession: strong organizational skills, detail-oriented, accountable, ability to promote a positive work environment that encourages open communication, trust, mutual respect, and accessibility. Excellent interpersonal skills, which include conflict resolution and the ability to make sound and fair decisions. Ability to foster and maintain effective working relations with all individuals and employees under my charge. Ability to promote team building opportunities, and of course, excellent communication and people skills. These abilities allow me to lead by example and serve as a foundation for effective leadership. Much of my work was rooted in the private sector, having worked for employers such as the Hovensa Refinery, and eventually as a consultant for the Lime Tree Bay Terminal. In 2015, the then Governor Kenneth requested that I join the Division of Personnel in the capacity of Assistant Director under the leadership of the now Senator Milton, which kickstarted my career in public service. Former Governor Mapp then petitioned me to assume the role of Acting Commissioner at the Department of Labor. After a short term in that position, I then left and joined the Lime Tree Bay Terminal as a financial management consultant. Upon completion of my contract, I then rejoined the government under the Brian Roach administration at the Department of Public Works, where I served as the Director of Human Resources and Payroll under the leadership of Commissioner Derek Gabriel, and was promoted to Assistant Commissioner. You will all remember our slogan, DPW on the move. We all know with good work comes more work. So I was then tapped by Governor Bryant to assume the commissionership of the Department of Human Services on October 2nd, 2023. Our slogan is now DHS on the rise. The knowledge I've attained and the leadership style that I bring to the Department of Human Services might be different than others, but the timing is right for me to be placed in this position. I am not one to micromanage, and I do not lead by fear. My leadership style is one of a servant leader. I lead by example and tend to focus on the needs of others, especially team members, before considering my own. This, in turn, has allowed me to boost engagement, increase trust, and build better team relationships. I always lean on the side of policies and procedures. Upon Governor Bryan's request, I immediately began familiarizing myself with the Department of Human Services. This included watching previous years of budget hearings, reviewing post-audit reports, published testimonies, and combing through the DHS website and social media platforms. I would like to thank former Commissioner Kimberly Kazi Gomez for arranging transition meetings with herself and the leadership team. People that know me personally know that I'm always up for a challenge, and the word can't is not part of my vocabulary. Why not me are words I repeat to myself when it comes to accepting challenges. So I decided to roll up my sleeves and get to work. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Services receives its authority pursuant to Title 34 of the Virgin Islands Code, the designated state agency for all publicly financed social service programs. We serve over a third of the territory's population through our 84 programs within our 15 divisions across all islands. DHS plays a critical role in sustaining individuals, families, institutions, and the local economy through rendering our services daily and through pursuing and successfully securing additional federal funds and enhanced federal matches. The mission of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services is to emerge as a public sector agency that empowers individuals and families towards self-sufficiency through a seamless delivery system of services. I will add that at DHS, we take care of Virgin Islands from the cradle to the grave. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Services has 669 dedicated professionals territory-wide, with 359 professionals in the St. Croix district and 310 professionals in the St. Thomas, St. John district. These hardworking individuals cover all 15 divisions and 84 programs. Since October 2nd, 2023, I've made it my priority to meet with staff of all capacities, primarily at their workstations or locations, and made my rounds at the various offices throughout the territory. Believe me, this is a continuous process. As I was onboarded, I decided to open an office in the Mars Hill location, which I work out of at least 2 times a week. This allows me to make myself accessible to the divisions on the western end of the island. I must report that despite less than favorable working conditions, the tenacity coupled with resilience of the staffing is commendable. The employees of the Department of Human Services are committed to doing their jobs. I commend the employees for their tireless efforts in serving the most vulnerable of our population. I, too, am committed to working alongside these men and women to improve working conditions across the board and to improve upon the services we provide to our community. Also, as the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services, I have the opportunity of being a member of the VI Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, in which I attend monthly meetings. Over the past 169 days, to be exact, of my tenure, the DHS team has achieved the following. The department thus far for the fiscal year 2024 has hired 47 employees, 31 of which were classified and 16 exempts. The internalization of audio and video production operations by the communication team, this shift has empowered our team to create original content that revolves around the department's crucial programs. Notably, the team has introduced Your VHIS, VIDHS podcast, available on YouTube, Apple Music, Buzzsprout.com, and linked to other DHS social media platforms. So please go and like our Facebook page. These podcast episodes aim to provide educational and substantive information to the wider community, offering insights into navigating the array of services provided by the department. Our first episode in November featured the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, SNAP, providing crucial details of eligibility, cost of living adjustments, recent federal changes, application processes, and recertification. December highlighted Medicaid, January focused on Head Start, February highlighted the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, and March highlighted SNAP and Medicaid fraud. I encourage the public to follow our Facebook page and to stay tuned for concise, informative monthly episodes on these essential programs. In January, accompanied by members of my senior leadership team, in addition to the Director of Medicaid, we visited key service providers in the South Florida area. Meetings were held with various Medicaid providers, inclusive of hospital providers, skilled nursing facilities, and the various hotels who provide services to our program members. Our goals were to personally view and assess the level of care being provided to our members, identify and address any operational or procedural challenges to the coordination of care for our members, and to identify approaches to better service our members and their families when they travel and obtain medical care. We use this opportunity to strengthen our relationships with existing providers, as well as cultivate new relationships with additional ones to improve access care for our members. This including finding opportunities to reduce costs and increase efficiency, such as negotiating fixed rates with various hotels and presenting the opportunity to enroll hotel providers in our claim programs. The DHS team will be making additional visits to other jurisdictions where DHS contracts services and to local service providers to ensure that our clients are receiving the utmost quality of care to meet their needs. During this time, we also began the design process for 3 prudent replacement disaster recovery projects: Nude Hansen, Queen Louise for the Aged, Herbert Grigg, and completed the land purchase for the new location of the Queen Louise Home for the Aged, which we are very proud of. In my short tenure, I've made myself available to attend court hearings and to be intimately involved in helping address our community needs. While being subpoenaed to appear in court may have a negative connotation to some, it provided an ideal opportunity that resulted in a positive outcome. Receiving a commendation from Judge Jessica Gallivan regarding my willingness to collaborate with the court and to lend personal time and attention to others was rewarding and bodes well for continued positive collaboration and outcomes. This provided a clearer perspective on the department's mission and how the services we provide affect the quality of life for our most vulnerable population. The relaunch of stats for employee electronic time attendance was critical. Things are optimistic and trending in a positive direction. However, believe me when I say there's still a lot of work to be done, which will also require involvement and support from this legislative body. Allow me to highlight my short and long-term goals at this time. Short-term goals: anticipated completion within 12 to 18 months, hire adequate staffing, improving employee morale, addressing facility issues to create a safe and comfortable working environment, establishing a tracking mechanism for all payments from requisition through check processing, improving customer service experience for both call-in and in-person interactions with the department, developing and updating standard operating policies and procedures, continuing to build federal partnerships and capitalize in our existing bi-monthly/monthly meetings on specific federal project initiatives, optimizing and managing the spending of our federal funds, collaborating with UVI regarding recruiting eligible social workers, offering targeted professional development opportunities for employees and traveling to other DHS contracted residential facilities in the mainland. Long-term goals, anticipated completion within 24 to 36 months. Digitizing process and offering online applications for the various programs. Centralizing the procurement process to one unit within the department. Implementing a transparent model of functionality that allows overall efficiency and effectiveness in overall management and spending of our funds. This includes digitalization of the fiscal operation, inclusive of vendor payments. Implementing a senior service case management system for comprehensive end-to-end proficiency of elderly care and continued collaboration with our sister agencies such as Department of Health, Wang Louis Hospital, Roy Lester Snyder Hospital, both federally qualified health centers, and the myriad of nonprofits that receive grants or awards via DHS miscellaneous funds. I look forward to continue working with them in a systematic and logical way to enhance the customer experience for residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands. These are a few of the priorities I've determined thus far and look forward to continuing my assessment and working with this body to effectuate the necessary changes to the benefit of our clients and the department. In closing, today is a moment of great significance as I provided testimony in support of my nomination for Commissioner of the Department of Human Services. It is with profound humility and a deep sense of responsibility that I embark on this journey to serve my community. I'm immensely grateful for the trust that Governor Albert Bryan Jr. placed in me, with a profound understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I am excited to embark on this journey alongside my staff at DHS. Together, we will work toward creating positive change, fostering transparency, integrity, and confidentiality, and building a community that thrives on collaboration and inclusivity. The services rendered by these hardworking employees resonate loudly with myself and my family, as we too have used services provided by this department. So I too have been on the proverbial side of the fence, and I'm keenly aware of how impactful and important the service provided by DHS are to our clients. I am also aware of the weight of the responsibilities that come with this office, and I assure you that I will approach each decision with the utmost dedication and integrity. My goal is to be a steadfast advocate for the betterment of our community. I'm grateful for the support of my DHS team, my family, my friends, my fellow cabinet members, my former colleagues from the various agencies that I've worked before, private and public, and all those who have encouraged me on this path. With your continued support, I am confident that we can achieve great things together. Senators, it is my belief that with my background, combined with my strong leadership style, that I can lead the Department of Human Services to greater success and to help build a department with a staff that strives to be stronger and smarter tomorrow than it was yesterday. I would once again like to thank the management and staff of the Department of Human Services for their hard work and dedication and for joining me on this journey. The success of the Department of Human Services does not lie with me alone, and it takes a team effort for us to be successful. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to present myself, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Averil George. The governor's nomination for the Department of Human Services. Before I get into giving my colleagues a moment to ask questions, I think this was very special, and I want to read it into the record. Usually we have testifiers come and testify on behalf of the nominees. Today is very special as all of us received a letter, and I'm going to read this letter. It says, "Dear Senators, I love Averil. She is kind. Please vote yes. Shashamani Smith." Dated March 20th, 2024. Guys, I mean, I know. Everyone received one, and I thought it was very special that we read this into record. I think he's one of your biggest advocates. And I think his classmates, and they're all watching right now. So we can do this, okay? And guys, this is how we clap in here. Because there's no clapping at this time, we'll give you the opportunity afterwards, you know, to when we finish, to embrace and show your joy. I'm going to say this because I've had the opportunity to work with the good men and women at the Department of Human Services. And Ms. George, you are in a department that you have gone in and you've made your observation. And you are in this position that you're going to have to make tough decisions. And of course, some may not be favorable to most. But you outlined a few of the things as your organizational skills, that your ability to foster and maintain effective working relationship with all individuals and employees under your charge, ability to promote team building opportunities, excellent interpersonal skills which include conflict resolution and ability to make sound and fair decisions. I am not here to advocate for anyone, but I'm going to say I've had the ability to work under 3 commissioners, 3 CFOs, and I bow down to you because this department has a lot of challenges. So your goals, your short-term and long-term goals, I commend you. So, colleagues, I'm going to give 7 minutes. This is going to be a 7-minute round of questioning. So I think Senator Bolkes was first. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the full House that's here in support of Ms. Averil George. There's many names that you've been given: firewoman, clean-up woman, woman to get the job done. I must say this one is a heavy lift, and I appreciate your taking it in strides. I also look on page 3 of your testimony. You said, throughout my career and in every interview, the questions of my strength as a leader has been asked. Allow me to mention a few in my possession. And you listed 8. All 8 is going to be needed on this job. Every single one of them. It's not an easy task. It's a very difficult task. And I am glad to see that you rise into the challenge and willing to take on this task. It's a heavy lift, and I think with the team that I see here in full support of you means a lot. Because without folks in yellow out here today, the job is not accomplishable. And it's important when someone comes before us and we see a team effort here. It's very important. Averil ain't gonna get his job done by herself. And I call you Averil because I know you as Averil, Miss George. It's gonna take that real team effort with everybody playing that critical part in accomplishing their mission and assignment. We're talking about 15 divisions. This is no easy task. And every leader in each of these divisions is going to be held accountable, I guarantee you, by Miss George. So if you ain't ready to walk, now is the time to tell this young lady, I don't think I'm ready for this. Because she might walk quiet, but she walk with a big stick. And she means that she wants to get things done, and I appreciate that. I definitely want to say thank you for your willingness to solve and take on this major, major role. What I would like for you to do for me is, what step will you take to evaluate the effectiveness and outcomes of DHS programs in meeting the needs of the Virgin Island population? Because there's a lot. So what kind of steps are you willing to take to go forth as far as meeting the needs of this community? There's a lot of challenging situations.
We as a department has started putting policies and procedures in place to improve our customer service aspect of dealing with the community, as well as making sure that we put time frame on what comes in our shop and what goes out our shop. That has been critical in a lot of delays, not on no particular blame of the staff. I will sit here and say we do have some staff shortages, and the staff has been going above and beyond, working overtime to meet the mandates of this community. But it starts in-house with us. We're making sure, especially me, provide the staff with the tools and resources necessary to get a job done. We can't expect our employees to continue doing the job, and we're not reaching out and providing them what they need. My message to my team has always been, we gotta meet people where they're at. We serve a less vulnerable population, and I always tell them, put yourself in that individual's shoes, and what can you do to help them? So it starts with us with putting policies and procedures in place to make sure that our processes are smooth and meet the community needs.
3 minutes.
I like how you started out by saying we, because there definitely is an Ian team. And it's going to take that team effort. I started out from that angle, and I appreciate hearing you saying we. You're not going to get it by yourself, and I'm speaking to you and your team. It's going to be very important. There's a lot of challenges. You hear the seniors, you hear everyone. Everybody wants office right now, and they want it today. It's not about tomorrow. People of this community want everything now. It's not going to happen with the snap of a finger. So it's going to take a lot of work. Can you discuss any specific challenge you have faced since you got on the job? And how did you overcome those challenges?
Most of my challenges I've gotten so far is our facilities. We have had to close down various divisions due to maintenance issues. We have allowed our employees to telework, provide them the MiFi, or make sure they have access to continue to serve the public. But the challenges that I face at DHS right now, I will say the most facilities.
Is your facilities old facilities, deplorable, bad condition?
Some are old facilities, some is just maintenance upkeep.
And in my line of questioning, you're talking about short staff. What kind of numbers are we talking about? And if you have it, in what areas are you mostly short staff that's in badly need of employees to get those areas or those divisions moved?
My two most critical divisions is SNAP and Medicaid.
Say that again?
SNAP, food stamp, and Medicaid. That is what we've been focusing on, making a priority to make sure that we staff them up, to make sure that our cases come in and our cases go out on a more regular basis.
1 minute.
You know, I could go on a whole day, but I appreciate you. I've worked alongside you in past administration, and I know you're a woman that come out to get a job done, and you have my support, unwavering. My phone ain't changed, yours one ain't changed. I appreciate your kindness every time that I would call and reach out to you. I'm here to work with you in whichever way I can, to support you in whichever way I can, to make sure that your job is easier. And at the appropriate time, I definitely will be giving you a nod. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve again.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. At this time, I would like to recognize non-committee member on the island of St. Thomas, Senator Ray Fonseca. Thank you for your attendance. I just want to say something that you said something in your testimony that you walk around. And you have an office in Mars Hill?
The commissioner's office is in Golden Rock. Majority of my staff is in Mars Hill, so I requested that I get an office in Mars Hill, which I go down at least twice a week to be down there with the staff.
Let me tell you, that's a very good thing, because your department is very impactful when you're the saying management by walking around. I commend you for doing that, because the people that are below you in the trenches, they got to know that you are there for them. So I commend you for doing that, because I worked for DHS, went through 3 commissioners, 3 CFOs, and I thought that was very good of you to start on that foot. Senator Carla Joseph, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to you, Commissioner Nominee, George, and my colleagues, and this ocean of yellow. I was told today is Happy Day, so that's why we're wearing yellow, and I'm hopeful that with the outcome of this testimony and the vote that we will take, that this department will be marching out of here happy and invigorated and inspired, because we do have some hard questions. Ms. George, first of all, I want to thank you for saying yes. It's not easy to lead any organization. However, it shows that you have that strength to really face a challenge and to overcome. This department is very critical in the widest shape and scope of the Virgin Islands, because you serve the least among us. You said 1/3, but I think more than 1/3 of our population depend on you. I once depended on this department, and I also once worked with this department. So I know the challenges that you are facing and you will face, but you have a solid, good team behind of you. And with that being said, and you said some words within your testimony that resonates with me. Servant leader. Lead by example. I normally say model the way. And in page 5, in the first paragraph, you stated, and I'm going to paraphrase, DHS, we take care of Virgin Islanders from cradle to the grave, which is very important. I want to ask you some questions really surrounded a critical issue for me, and that when I was at DHS, I witnessed relative to how, and you have it in, I believe it's your short-term goals, how we are going to improve the customer service experience for both call-in and in-person interactions with the department, because that's critical. You're having a lot of people, they're coming to you in distress, needed assistance. When I worked there, people would call my personal phone to get to other departments. Recently, we had a tour of the public housing communities in St. Thomas under the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. We toured the Celestino White Senior Development. An elder was practically in tears, Miss George's, because she had to go back and forth and she doesn't have any transportation and she couldn't articulate it. That's how emotionally she was concerned that she had to go back and forth. She doesn't have transportation. We have unreliable transportation. And she had to be able to provide the documentation so that she could get the required services to meet her needs. My question to you, how in detail can you delineate for us you are going to work on improving that level of customer service, especially for elders who do not have access
3
to
minutes.
reliable transportation?
For me, Senator, that is twofold. Reliable transportation, we do have, I'm going to put on my public works hat, the Vitran services, the ADA services that individuals, seniors as well, depend on to get from point A to point B. At Department of Human Services, our transportation is for individuals that's coming to our senior center, individuals, sometimes we have individuals, my staff go out and meet individuals where they're at. We have started, we are embarking on DHS on the move, not on the move, on the rise, where the team has been asked to look at ways that we can go out in the community, whether we choose a spot, Central, Mid-Island, Christian Stedford, wherever, to have and meet individuals where they're at so they can ask questions about our services and get assistance.
Right, and that's what I'm mentioning, because she does have Vitran, but it was an unplanned documentation. So Vitran plus you have to schedule your ride. This was something for her that was on schedule that she had to get additional documentation. Let me just move on. What do you foresee as your biggest challenge in accomplishing some of your short-term goals? Because we want to work on the short-term goals first.
I think my short-term goals is going to be, one of my biggest challenges is going to be hiring individuals, not just because the position is there, but having individuals that want to come on to the government of the Virgin Islands based on the salary we offer.
Right, and who are willing to serve, because you said, and I know you're modeling the way, we are servant leaders. No matter what, we are servant leaders. Now, quickly.
1 minute.
Let me ask you another question, and it's been burning in my spirit for a while. How are we looking at dealing with, because we had an issue this past week with a young lady and her daughter. It is stated that she actually, this is a rumor that, the non-custodial parent had reached out. How are we looking at dealing with issues with child abuse, one, as well as those individuals who are aging out of foster care?
We, first let me say condolences to the young lady's family, and I pray that she gets the help that she needs overall. We're human first other than leaders.
Amen.
So I wish the team, her family, condolences. I will say, and I was asked that question earlier this week, and if you don't know, you can't assist. Department of Human Services is in a critical position where unless individuals comes to us, or we get a notch on the shoulder, or somebody calls and said our help is needed, we won't know. Our services are there for everyone, but we need to be in the know. If any individual has a need or have issues, we're reachable. And it's hard to say that we don't know, because there's different avenues for individuals to reach out. Not only Department of Human Services, it's Department of Health. There's different agencies that can assist. But we need to allow people the freedom to feel free to call for help, to give that night, I need help. I need somebody to talk to. And we as community members need to be more, show empathy and compassion.
Be our brothers' keepers.
And we're our brothers' keepers. If you see anybody need help, you make that call as well. It doesn't have to be them calling out, but you could reach out and say you have an individual that you think could use DHS services, and we'll be able to. My team is readily available and accessible.
Okay, she didn't answer the question regarding the foster care.
You can answer on my time. 7 minutes, colleagues, is what we have. You have burning questions at the end.
I won't have any burning questions if she answers this question. Thank
One
you
of
so
you
You can
kindly.
answer the question on my
You can
time.
repeat that part of your question.
I certainly can if
you may
Madam Chair
proceed.
would allow me to do so.
Yes, you may.
Thank you so kindly. I asked, how are you addressing issues relative to persons who are young people who are aging out of foster care? How are you addressing their needs?
We have services at Department of Human Service where we can help individuals, and we have been talking about this with Virgin Islands Housing Authority as well. If individuals need some place to stay, what is available out there with them in the housing authorities, as we, as DHS, can provide items just as furnitures, and there's also Department of Labor that we can direct them to learn some kind of trade, get some kind of employment opportunity. So coming out of foster care doesn't mean that DHS work stops. We provide you the tools and resources to continue.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. At this time, we would hear from Senator Kenneth Gittens. If I may go based on my record. Okay, Senator Milton Potter, because Senator Gittens did yield to you since he thought he was going to be last. Senator Potter, you may proceed with 7 minutes. Can you please acknowledge Senator Potter's mic on St. Thomas?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the Governor's nominee to head the Department of Human Services, Ms. Averil George. I fully agree 100% with the testimony that was read into the record, Madam Chair, from Shashamani. I love Averil George also, so I'm a little biased. Commissioner George, I was really blessed to have her agree to serve as my assistant director when I headed the Division of Personnel some time ago. Look, without question, Averil's loyalty, her character, her work ethic was second to none. Any success that we achieved at Personnel was due primarily to the support and the effort and the work that Commissioner George put in. I mean, she exceeded my expectation, and we are very fortunate and very blessed that she agreed to take on a very tough gig. I would say one of the toughest jobs in government right now is the leadership of the Department of Human Services. So, Commissioner George, thank you very much for agreeing to accept this challenge. I wanted to start by asking you one question. What do you believe, just based on your time at Human Services so far, what do you believe are the key qualities and skills that a successful Commissioner of Human Services should possess? And how do you embody these qualities in your leadership approach?
Key qualities that good commissioners should possess is good communication skills, being able to hold individuals accountable, building a team environment. That are the three. What else you wanted to know? You asked me.
How do you embody this? What do you bring to the table that will allow you to achieve this?
I just tell my team that anything that I'm asking them to do, I have tried already and has been successful. And if it wasn't successful, I made the necessary changes to make it successful. Open communication. I could be some kind of rough at sometimes. Frankie, don't laugh. I could be rough at sometimes, but at the end it's out of love and out of desire to move the department forward. I don't ask my team to do anything that I wouldn't do. And I also have learned that you gotta get down in the trenches with them. If you're asking them to do it, go along the side with them and do it. I've also been open in my communication. If I don't like something, you're gonna know I don't like it. But at the end, not liking it is not enough. What can we do to make sure that it's likable? And what can we do as a team? I've been inviting my team at all aspects to give ideas, suggestions, constructive criticism, and ways that we can move this department forward. So open communication is a key for me. Everybody that knows me knows I'm a big team builder. I can't do nothing alone. I've invited my team to join me on this journey, and they will tell you that I said that if you can either be on the ship, you can jump off, or I won't say the last part.
3 minutes.
But I think just open communication, making sure that the team know that you can get in the grugs with them and do the work as well, will move us forward. I think I answered your question.
Absolutely, you did. You did. I know in terms of your short-term goals that you have listed, I believe I'm on page 8. 3 of them that really stand out to me is the hiring of adequate staffing, which is key to your success. I mean, it is easy to accept positions, but we need to give and provide leaders with the tools so that we're not setting you up for failure, we're setting you up on a success trajectory. How has, in the last several months that you've been there on board, how successful have you been in terms of onboarding critical staff?
We have onboarded some critical staff over the past couple months. It's a continuous process. We did just recently get some of our federal budgets online. So now that those federal budgets online, we'll continue the hiring of staff for those divisions that have federal positions. It's an ongoing process, but if you want to give me more money that I could hire more staff, it will be well appreciated.
I will definitely make a note of that, Commissioner George. Employee morale, and I know that a big thing, key to employee morale, is creating a safe and healthy environment for employees to work. And I know that right now, in terms of the physical plant of the Department of Human Services, on both islands, it is challenging. Just speaking particularly about the aging Nood-Hansen complex that is susceptible to mold. It's a challenging environment for employees to come there and be, in great spirits and to have superior morale. What is the immediate plan for, dealing with putting employees in a safe, healthy environment for them to really maximize their efforts and their effectiveness?
In regards to Nood-Hansen, we're getting ready to fully demolish Nood-Hansen and rebuild it as part of our rehab reconstruction process. The Nood-Hansen entire team will be moved out and placed in different locations. We were trying to get all employees at one location, but based on our numbers, that cannot work. So help is on the way for us to move and put our employees in safe and conducive working environment at Nood-Hansen. For the other facilities, we're doing the maintenance needed to bring the facilities up to par. It's a work in progress. It's not easy, but it takes time. And some are, like my employees are told, we're gonna have to get uncomfortable to get comfortable. It's gonna Some hard changes need to be make everybody inaccessible to change, but change is not always bad. Change is sometimes turns out good. So, like I said, I asked my team to join me on this journey as we make these necessary changes in regards to safe and conducive working environment for Department of Human Services employees.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may just ask one brief question, just regarding a time frame for Nude Hansen. What time frame are you looking at to remove those employees from that environment?
We got a location. We were saying that we'll have been able to move in approximately, I think we were saying 6 months.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your flexibility.
You're welcome, Senator Potter. I just want to throw this in there as you're talking about Nude Hansen, Queen Louise home, and the Hobart Gregg home. I just want to send a special shout out to your team. Under circumstances that they deal with challenges, I always say we can't legislate compassion. And you have a team of individuals who care, and I just wanted to shout them out.
Thank you.
Senator Gittens, you may proceed with 7 minutes, colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Audience, I hope you heard how she stressed 7 minutes just for me, right? 7 minutes for the Department of Human Services. Welcome, Commissioner Nominee. How are you today?
I am good.
You have certainly and seemingly been on the move in the last 169 days based on your testimony. And you crossed off one of my questions because I really wanted to know, and simply put, if people ain't doing what they're supposed to do, if you in a position to get them out the way. You've answered that. We like progress, but we don't like change. And I always say with progress comes change. So people need to be on board and know what they were hired to do so that we could provide the services necessary to the people of this territory. My colleague from St. Thomas already went in a direction because I too am concerned about the wraparound services in our government. And it is so sad with that 9-year-old child the other day that I just wondered where was those in our community, where was those at the school, where was those even in the church. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't sit back and say that ain't my business. It's all of our business. And as I sit here, I'm telling you the goosebumps are on me because of what that child endured. To just hear what took place. And I'm sitting here and I'm still saying, not in my community, not in my community. We are a loving set of people. And I just need for us as a community to do our part. And this I ask of everyone. I'm not pointing fingers at any one agency or anything. I'm just asking us as a community to just pay attention. Pay attention. And if you need to ask someone if they need help, just ask. Commissioner, on page 7, you stated that you've begun the process for disaster recovery projects. The only thing you fell short on there, do you have a timeline for these? I know you, do Do you have a timeline for these 3 projects, namely the, Nude Hansen, the Queen Louise home, and the Herbert Gregg home that's near and dear to me? Our senior homes are in desperate need of our help.
For Queen Louise Home for the Aged temporary repairs, its estimated completion is January 31st, 2025. Nude Hansen, we're looking at it being obligated December 6, 2024, and the work will continue. Which one else you wanted?
Home, come home.
3 minutes.
How about Greg, come home?
How about Greg? Hold on, let me get how about Greg. How about Greg is obligated, was obligated January 12, 2024, as in regards to its completion.
Well, before you get to completion, you got to tell me when we're going to start.
How about Greg is looking to start. I'll come back to you with that one.
Please do.
Okay.
And you have asked before, even of the previous commissioner. So let's look at this in phases. We know we can't take on everything at once, but let's do this at least in phases. If you need to break it down in 3 phases, let's do that. Because you got the kitchen, you got the residential area, you still have your general area. So let's try to do this in at least phases. Is that possible?
Yeah, we are designing, I have a response. We are designing for all projects, about 18 months for design and then construction.
You completed your assessment of the department?
Nope, I haven't.
No,
Still ongoing.
Still ongoing. How soon do you think you'll complete that?
I will say by summer.
By this summer?
By this summer. Assessment, you're saying, this summer.
Changes are coming?
Changes has already started.
Okay. What are some of the biggest challenges that you've seen thus far? And before you go there, because I asked you about Queen Louise and St. Thomas and Herbert Gregg and St. Croix, I must put on the record, and I know it's not your fault, but I'm very disappointed that our meeting was canceled regarding looking at our senior nursing homes to put them under the entity which I think would best suit it, and that being because of the medical or healthcare component of it. As I do my research, most of these nursing homes aren't under the human services, but would have fallen better under our healthcare services. So I am hoping that we will still be able to have this conversation, as I am not going to rest on it as long as I sit here in this body.
Point taken.
All right. You said you've revitalized the stats system for time and attendance. What system was being used before?
Since I came on board, they have been using timesheets.
Timesheets?
Timesheets, and then downloading it into the system for individuals to get paid.
So timesheets meaning where you write in?
You sign it and approve it.
Are we still doing that today?
No, not no more. We're already live with stats. We're on the stats system.
Okay. And lastly, I think time has been called.
Yes, time was called, Senator.
Quickly, how many buildings DHS is currently renting, and are we going to start looking at moving away from these bunch of rentals to go into our own buildings?
I can't say that we're going to move away from rentals. That's a long-term conversation.
Answer the first one.
We're leasing in St. Croix, I'll say 6 to 7 buildings. And in St. Thomas, I'll say, 2 to 3.
Thank you. We'll be in touch. Thank you. I'm looking forward to supporting your nomination. I'm looking forward for good things coming out of the Department of Human Services. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge the Senate President, non-committee member, Novell Francis. Welcome. At this time, Senator Maurice James, you have 7 minutes. Let's acknowledge Senator James Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner George.
Good morning, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. I should know it's afternoon because my stomach doing one of those. I'm just going to start by saying you have my support. I ask a few people about, I know you, of course, from way back, and I know your mom really well. And I still said, well, let me ask, because sometimes we know people, but we've never worked with them. We don't know how they are in an environment, in a working environment. And so I asked a few people about you. And the first thing that the one person responded to me said, my son should work hard, yeah. And I said, I understand that, you know. When someone is able to move easily from the private sector to the public sector, and in addition to that, transcend politics and be able to work in different administrations, it speaks highly of you. And I think you understand your responsibility, and you understand your calling in this community. That's what I gathered from you. But I wanted to say to you, when you say about being rough, right? We have a tendency as women to use these words. If it was a man, you would say you're firm. You know, nice word, you know? But as women, we have a tendency to use these words that make us seem as if we bad somehow. I also wanted to shout out to the Lenhart family and Merle Alec, because they recently donated to the Herbert Gregg Home for the Elderly. And that's where people in our community, not only in times like when my colleague was saying, talked about people being involved, there are a lot of different ways people can be involved, and that's one way, so I want to commend them. But it also highlights, I'm just wondering, the challenges you have with Herbert Gregg, because when you see people donate, it sometimes indicates there's an underlying need that isn't being fulfilled, and I wanted you to talk a little bit about Herbert Gregg Home for the Elderly.
Herbert Gregg Home has some maintenance challenges that we're working through, as well as staffing issues that we're working through. That is a department issue, not a community issue. In regards to the community, I just think that we have a giving community. From my nonprofit side, we have a lot of the agencies adopt homes, adopt schools, adopt different communities, and make that their fundraising or give back to the community for the year. So Herbert Gregg has been privileged to have different organizations, the Lions Club, the different Rotary clubs, that, and they also have the Friends of Herbert Gregg that continuously give back every year, never fails. So it's not that we're not providing the supplies for the home, it's just that we are grateful for the community that adopted us and gives us continuously.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm Commissioner George, I'm really glad you responded like that, because there is always a need beyond what the government can provide. And sometimes we forget that in fact, community members, the private sector should always be contributing to the public sector, to those in need. Your agency, your department is a department that requires that people be kind to one another, more than any other department, really. That your employees be kind to those who need their services, because like you said, you're dealing with those at the dawn of their lives and at the twilight of their lives. And you know, if there's anything that I wanted to convey to you is that you need to make sure that your employees understand that even though sometimes it can be frustrating, that those on the other side who they're helping needs compassion and care and kindness from them. And so as you go through, I wanted to ask this of you. In your assessment and evaluation of your employees, are you able to see the needs of your, because in order for employees to serve, their needs also need to be met, right? So have you been able to assess what type of assistance your employees need in order so that they can be, in turn, give that to others?
Yes, I have. In my conversations with not only managers and leaders, but employees as well, they're not shy to tell you what are their struggles. They're not shy to tell you what they're lacking. They're not shy to tell you what equipment they don't have, what they need. The employees at DHS is very vocal. If you don't provide them the tools and resources to get the work done, how can we expect them to get it done? Mm-hmm. So I think that my open door policy has been, I've made myself accessible to all employees at all levels. I've met with the employees alone. We have went through what are the needs of each division, and let's see how we can get them what is needed to continue to do the job. In regards to your previous statement, in my testimony, I also shared that I'm one that received the services from Department of Human Services growing up in Ralph D. Chabot. I know how it is to be on the proverbial side of the fence. And I always tell my employees that you need to meet people where they're at. Nobody wants to come to Department of Human Services just to come to Department of Human Services for food stamp and Medicaid. They're at their lowest low when they come to us, so you gotta have compassion and empathy. If you don't know the answer, let's find somebody that could provide them the responses. And I gotta say, every time I get a call from somebody in the community, I have certain people in DHS that I can call and said, I need you to take this case and run with it. Look into it and be responsive. I think the community wants us to be responsive. If they call or they have an issue, if you don't have the answer right away, tell them you'll research it and get back to them. Non-response is not the method to assisting people in our community. So we're turning the corner, and there's work to do, and it's not gonna be done today, it's not gonna be done tomorrow. It's a process, and training is needed, and when we reach that point, we'll deal with it.
Thank you, Commissioner George. As a fellow Chabot resident, you have my support, and I also want to say that I too have been a recipient of the Services of Human Services, and so I understand exactly what you're talking about. And just saying this to everybody in the community, there is not one person in this community that hasn't received public assistance, not one. It comes in many forms. Even an EDA company receives public assistance. Let's just end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Ms. George, you mentioned that you had 15 divisions and maintenance is a big issue. Do you have individuals that their job is specifically to maintain that division?
We have a maintenance division that we're staffing up. They did have some staff shortage. We're looking at the maintenance employees were given to a certain division. So like you'll have a maintenance person for SNAP. We're revamping that structure. Maintenance is across the board. So all the maintenance crew is going under one set of individuals, so the team can work on all facilities throughout the territory, not just one division. So it's a revamp process for the maintenance and providing them the tools, the equipment, and stuff to get a job done. And while on that note, I'd like to give a plug to Senator Francis for donating the 0-ton for us at Department of Human Services to assist with our grass cutting. And we have decided to buy more equipment to add to that. So maintenance team can start to take care of our landscaping issues at our various facilities. So thank you publicly from Department of Human Services for your donation.
Thank you. At this time, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. And you know, as I sit here and I listen to Nominee George's presentation this afternoon, I do not lead by fear. Get uncomfortable to become comfortable. Open communication, building teams. I can be rough at times, but I'm coming from a good place. You miss one, but you said it in a different way. Accountability. What I see here is a woman after my own heart. A woman that is a leader and wants to make a difference in her community. And I'm here to say that the people of the Virgin Islands, all they want is leadership. All we want is good leadership. Leadership that cares. I don't know Commissioner Nominee George that long, but I've definitely had the opportunity to meet with her acquaintance. And from the first time I met her and she walked away, I was like, that's a good woman. That's a good woman. And my colleague said it earlier. The mere fact that you served in another administration and you're able to immediately serve in the immediate administration after that administration speaks volumes of who you are. But further, I look in the audience today and I see all of the people from your department, your friends, your employees that came out to support you. But equally important that has touched me is the fact that I look in the back and I'm seeing people from Public Works that are here to support your, did you work for Department of Health? No, you work for Department of Labor, personnel.
And Department of Labor.
And Department of Labor. Yeah, and I see people here from Department of Health. But I'm just saying that the mere fact that you have all these people here to support you says that you are on your way to do a good job, because these people are the people that's your conscience. And they are going to help you to move forward and help you to make good decisions. And then when you fall off the wagon, because we're human, she's human, she's going to fall off the wagon because we get weary. She's going to fall off the wagon. But as you sit here today with Commissioner Nominee, be her support when she's, because these types of positions are change up just a little bit. Bring her back in, reel her back in, reel her back in. She's very deserving of this, to serve in this very heavy department that's going to require a lot of heavy lifting. But there's no question in my mind that you can do it. So let me ask you, you talked about, I think I heard in your discussion about assessment, and I see that as consideration for some reorganization within the department. Do you have specific changes that you have seen thus far that you want to make within the, if you want to keep it
yeah,
for now, that's fine.
I have changes I want to make, and I came into human service with an open mind.
3 minutes.
Until you we can stay from the outside and talk about human services. Until you put yourself in my shoes where I'm at,
absolutely,
you can't, I will say, you can't do it. Assessment has to be done because I came in with an open mind to learn about the department and my own. Not what the public has to say, not what individuals has to say. I do have some changes to make, but I wanted to do my assessment first, give individuals a chance to join me on this journey and accept the changes before I dug deep. So I'll keep my changes to myself.
That's good. I don't have an issue with that. We'll get it out of you at the right time, right? So let's talk about your federal programs. You have 15 divisions within Human Services, and 15 divisions is, in fact, no light favor. It requires a lot of responsibility, and you receive a lot of federal dollars. What do you see that you're going to do different to ensure that your federal funds are, in fact, spent in a timely fashion? And that the programs, because for me, it's not only about spending the dollars, but it's also seeing the fruits of the labor with regards to the programs that you are, in fact, initiating.
I'll put on my accounting hat. Coming to DHS and meeting with our federal partners and seeing the fiscal department and the number of individuals that was there, I know I needed to do more. It's a lot of federal programs that we manage, and the count just wasn't matching up. We have onboarded a lot of financial analysts. Each division has been assigned at least 1 or 2 financial folks from the fiscal department that is responsible for assisting them and tracking the federal funding from time it comes in, what is paid out, what is left to be spent, what was invoiced in regards to in regards to reporting back to the federal government with our federal reports and in regards to audit findings. So I found it critical not just to say we have a fiscal department, but to assign those folks to each division. If you're John Doe, you're responsible for MAP. MAP is your baby. You don't have to worry about nobody else. I just want you to be able to tell the team what is needed, what have they spent, what is the traction, what have we gotten in, so we can. So
you are looking at it not only from the financial side, but from the programmatic.
From the programmatic side.
So you're looking at it as one. As one. So there is that connection between the fiscal people and the programmatic people, which is important. Now, let's talk about Medicaid, right? So what is, I don't know if you've had any discussion at all with the, can I continue, complete?
Yes, you may.
With the hospitals in the territory as it relates to the presumptive eligibility, and you know, how is that working? Because I know as long as I have been a senator, that is a discussion that we've had over and over, and it continues to be a challenge. How do you see this, or what are your thoughts around how do we make this better for the people? The renewal period, that has been a challenge, the information as it relates to renewal, as well as the presumptive eligibility component and that relationship between the Department of Human Services and the hospitals.
We, since coming on board, we as a team has been meeting with all hospitals. We have our regular standing meeting. I think it's monthly we're meeting, and we have been digging deep in regards to how can we improve our Medicaid service? How can we make sure our approval processes for people to get Medicaid is seamless? How can we make sure that the hospitals, the doctors that are submitting, individuals, different specialists are submitting claims, that they're being paid for the claims, the payment process is running smoothly. It's a working process. We're still looking at ways that we, on the Medicaid side, can improve our processes. How do we get people to physicians to be CMS certified? That way the billing of the physicians from the various hospitals doesn't necessarily have to go under the hospital. Physicians can bill once they're on a CMS certified and make the hospital not make the process so cumbersome. So there's some processes and procedures that the Medicaid team is working to put in place with CMS that can improve what we do.
Well, thank you for your responses, and I will tell you, don't just say it when it comes to the Medicaid program. Really lay out an action plan, put responsible persons in place, and really stay on top of the Medicaid program. It is a program that impacts the health, the lives of people in the Virgin Islands, and it's a very important program to really shore up. There's good work going on in there, but it can be better, and that collaboration between our health department, our hospitals and human services is really important in order for us to be successful. Again, I want to congratulate you, and I am going to be, I'm not a member of this committee, but I'm going to call you Commissioner Averil George. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for your line of questioning. Ms. George, I wanted to follow up on a question. 84 programs with 15 divisions. I see one of your accounting individuals in the audience today. Something that was done in the past, and I want to know if this is being done, where there are certain individuals in the accounting division that is assigned to the divisions to have stronger accountability. So in other words, you put John Doe over Medicaid, who's totally responsible for Medicaid programs. Do you still have that practice where that person would work with the administrator to understand their budget, their timelines for funding? Is that still being done?
That is what we just implemented. We onboarded, like I said, we onboarded some financial analysts on the team that has been assigned to different divisions, and they have been working with that program as well as that administrator in regards to everything Medicaid, everything SNAP, once it comes to their federal grants, the general fund money that they receive, and all the payments of invoices across the board. So we do have that one individual in each shop or each division within the Department of Human Services.
Great, great. I see your Medicaid individuals are here from St. Croix, St. Thomas, and I know that these individuals would be on top of your back to make sure that, especially Beverly Joseph, to make sure that you are working with CMS to fulfill the mandates with the Affordable Care Act, with the territory. It's very important. I used to sleep, drink, and eat Medicaid. And the individuals that work there, they're hardworking individuals. But can you tell me, the Special Services Program, have you employed more individuals to work in there?
We are in the process of onboarding some, and we do have some positions that's going up through the approval process for us to get the PRF and bring individuals on board.
Okay, great. What about the Provider Relations Program?
All our programs across the board, and our focus has been Medicaid and SNAP.
Okay, great. I won't ask all the 99 questions I want to ask.
That's okay. That's okay.
We're going to have another meeting to find out some of the in-depth, questions for Medicaid. Senator Ray Fonseca, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and a special greeting to our, well, since the colleague before referred to you as Commissioner, I will say Commissioner soon to be. I'm not a member of this committee, but you definitely have my vote, and at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote in favor. And of course, we give thanks and praises to the Most High blessings. You know, this nominee is a breath of fresh air, because, I serve as the chairman of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee, and I want to let our community know one thing. The Department of Human Services is actually responsible for more dollars than any other department in the government. Yes, even more than education. Because on page 519 of the budget, education is $214,417,876. Human services on page 694 is actually $254,423,000. So human services is much bigger than any department. Now, one of the issues is that you have over $182 million in federal funds, which has been a problem. Now, Commissioner, I fully support you, but we got to deal with business. That now there have been some issues with, funds being returned to the federal government, etc. And I know that you're on top of it. I just wanted to congratulate you because I noticed, I was reading it, you've hired 47 employees, 37 classified, 16 exempt, and I know your 2 assistant commissioners are very, very competent. So I'm proud. Actually, you made a statement here that actually fits you, and I want to quote you, say, with good works comes more work. And I'm seeing it because, I don't get the calls from human services that I was getting when I first became a senator. Human services was like a thorn in my side. Now it's like a breath of fresh air, So congratulations. I want to ask you real quickly, the boarders situations in the hospital, because the boarders are those elderly patients that basically they have to present to the hospital because they don't have the resources in the home or financially to take care of them, and it contributes greatly to the uncompensated care. I know you're not prepared to answer that, but I want you to put that boarders situation up in your priority listing.
Senator
Also,
Fonseca?
I know that...
Sorry, I can't answer your question.
you see, that's what I love about you, because go ahead, yes.
The Department of Human Services have a regular standing meeting with the hospitals, Roy Lester Snyder Hospital and Wang Louis Hospital, in regards to our borders. We have been able to place some individuals. There still is a lot more work to do, and as beds open up in our different facilities, we have been making sure that the borders in the hospital is a priority, but it's an ongoing process that's gonna take some time.
Yes, and see, that's what I love about the commissioner, because earlier the majority senator asked you about the progress with North Hanson, Queen Louise, and Herbert Grigg. You were able to give an obligated date, a completion date. We have people from Housing Finance that already been doing it for 7 years. They can't give us those dates that you done generate to us here in 169 days. Well, Sapopa, in 169 days, the Commissioner of Human Services could give us all these dates that I'm sure if you bring some of them in the other divisions, notably Housing Finance Authority, they can't give us. So I am so happy, and congratulations to the whole staff. Was my time called, Madam Chair? I didn't hear.
Senator, you have 3 more minutes.
Okay, good. So I wanted to quickly now go to, I want to summarize for the community, because the medical assistance program is $133 million, just that program. But the Head Start is $9.4 million, and you can see in this community all the progress that we're making with the Head Start. Again, big up to you. The Social Services Black Grant is another big one. Of course, you have the Child Care Development Fund, that's 6.1. As I said, Human Services is responsible for the most funding in the entire government, and I think there are about 682 employees. Commissioner, more or less how much you have?
669.
669. See, she could generate these numbers just out of her mind, and that shows attention to detail. And that's why all of my colleagues, all of the senators are so pleased with you. I wish the governor would find and send down other nominations and make some decisions, because right now in the Housing Finance Authority we have somebody acting for how long? A long time, and still they can't come and give us these numbers that you could generate the start date, the completion date of major projects. That's what we're asking for in this legislature. For when a commissioner comes down to the legislature, you're able to give us the information right there, and that you have to get. You don't have to come back to us. We're going to answer the questions. Come prepared. And thank you very much. Real quickly, the Medicaid fraud and the SNAP fraud. Can you just summarize for me how you plan to address those two issues, Commissioner?
Staffing. Right now, we're looking at some vacancies to staff up a fraud unit, Medicaid, complete, not medic, just a complete fraud unit, fraud and investigation unit at the Department of Human Services. We do have someone on board that has been working. Mr. Denim has been working feverishly to assist, but he can't do it alone. So we'll be bringing on staff in the territory, St. Croix and St. Thomas, to provide him some assistance. And St. John.
Thank you. $255 million. See money day, Papa. Thank you, Commissioner, and you have my vote. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca from the island of St. Thomas. Mafuku, Medicaid Fraud Unit. Let me just let the people of the Virgin Islands know that the Medicaid program was receiving audits all the time, and one of the findings were that the amount of providers, the amount of federal dollars that come through this territory, there was a need for a Medicaid fraud unit. So I'm happy to see that it came into fruition. As I started with team that I worked with in Medicaid, that was a need. So I'm happy to see that the Medicaid fraud unit is up and running. So you need an attorney, you need investigators. You have one?
I will like to say that we onboarded our legal counsel, Mr. Frederick Norford, who has agreed to join us as our legal counsel at Department of, and I think he's in the crowd. Mr. Norford? Mr. Norford is in the crowd. So he has joined us. I think this is his second week at the Department of Human Services as our legal counsel, and we'll be getting on board a legal assistant as well.
Great, great. Since you could rattle these numbers off your head, do you know how many providers we have in the territory now?
No, I ain't gonna rattle it. Medicaid providers?
Yes.
Enrolled providers, 1,474 enrolled providers at Medicaid.
Wow, that went up from 360 something when I last left, so that's good. Senator Francis, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the nominee, and good afternoon to the DHS and the VIFM's staff that's here today, and RDC for life.
RDC for life.
In the house.
In the house.
The barefoot people them from Shabbat, they are. I want to, first of all, thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity as Commissioner. You have assumed an awesome task, one that will require the support of everyone, certainly your employees, your key management team, the administration, and this legislative body. In order for you to be effective, you need the support of everyone. You're the one that's sitting on that side of the table today by yourself. You can't do it alone. You cannot do it alone. So my first question to you is in respect to how do you, and hello to your mother as well, who I also worked with, so we go way back, right? How do you engage and empower your directors and those management team in that support role so that you guys could be effective?
I empower them to make decisions. I am not, in my testimony, I said I'm not one to micromanage. We meet regularly as a senior leadership team, and at that meeting, each individual is allowed to voice their opinion as well as give suggestions in regards to improvement of services that we provide. It trickled down to the administrators. When I have my administrative meeting, I give them the authority, to empower them to make decisions. I feel that when you have everybody at the table, it's different from shoving directive and giving individuals directive and expecting them to do it. When you bring individuals to the table and involve them in the decision making, you get a better buy-in because they feel empowered. They feel they're part of the process, and they buy in and they assist you in moving stuff forward. So I believe in empowering individuals by bringing them to the table and allowing them to be involved in the decision making. And you'll be surprised, the employees, not managers, not supervisors, the employees are the ones with sometimes the greatest ideas and changes that can be made so you can be more effective.
Excellent response, and that's, you kind of, again, addressed the issue that I was about to talk to, because as a former commissioner myself, with 800 employees within the Virgin Islands Police Department territorial-wide, you had 800 different temperament, and they want to be able to have a seat at the table and be able to have a discussion with you. I see that in your testimony, you talk about meeting with some of those areas before, but is it your intention to try to at least have a plenary session or some opportunity to be able to engage just about every single employee within the Department of Human Services?
Yes, it is.
And obviously, you're also having 84 different programs, 15 different divisions. Have you been able to glean? I know you've been asked this question several times. Have you been able to see where there may be some opportunity for consolidation, or again, perhaps even getting rid of some of those areas and sending them to perhaps someplace else within government that you may believe that there may be a better fit?
We have been doing assessments in regards to consolidations. It's hard for me to say consolidate different divisions at Department of Human Services based on our federal funding as well as the kind of services we provide. Changes are going to have to be made in regards to the way that we do business. I told the team if it's not broken, there's no reason to fix it. But if it's broken, we need to make the hard changes to make sure that we improve the services that we provide.
So you've been on board since October. We're in March. Is the honeymoon phase over?
Yep, honeymoon phase is over. Been over.
So now you're starting to be looked at someone that may be tough. Employees now making phone calls elsewhere and complaining about some of the things that you're doing. Have you started to experience that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And how are you allowing those individuals then to either have a seat at the table by either, again, lead, follow, or getting the hell out of the way?
We have been trying as a leadership team to have our employee voices be heard. If employees have issues, we have to try to address them. If they're not able to address it, then we need to let them know. You said what I've been saying from the time I got on board, and it's no secret. This train is going to be moving. You're either going to be on the train, you're going to jump off, or you're going to get I didn't want to say it the last time, but you're going to get thrown off. But you said it, so I could repeat. But this train is moving. We got too much work to do, and I don't deal with personalities. I try not to deal with personalities. At the end of the day, we got a job to do. You come in 8 to 5. That's all we ask you. Sometimes my employees work more than 8 to 5. Some work 12 hours, some work 14 hours. Sometimes it's an ongoing process. So the amount of work that we have to do, I can 669 employees. I can't deal with personalities. We're here to work together as a team.
Having said that and having heard that as well, there is also some legitimate complaint by employees.
There is, and valid complaints.
There are some employees that's working and under some severe and difficult work environment. How do you reconcile the lack of productivity or productivity to those individuals that may be working in, again, hostile or not so pleasant environment?
We've been trying to make the necessary change in-house. And I'm going to sit here and say you don't air your dirty laundry. So that conversation, I'm not going to go down that road. I believe that what we're dealing with in-house can be dealt with in-house and having employees know that we care. And providing the employees the tools and resources to get a job done. Some of the concerns that employees are valid. Overworked, understaffed, burnt out. But then that is where we as leaders and senior leadership team come into play with making sure that we ask for help. If we can't do it in-house, we need to reach out and ask for help in regards to what funding we need, what tools and resources we need to get our employees to be able to work in better, favorable conditions.
So, what is the priority for homelessness within DHS under your purview?
We have recently revived the Interagency Homeless Council. We met as a team, I think 2 weeks ago, in regards bringing the different agencies, housing, health, all of us to the table to see what we can do in regards to getting a facility built, repairing a facility, getting the necessary services in regards to the specialists that's needed. So it's an ongoing process that we just recently revived at least 2 weeks ago in regards to how can we combat the homelessness in the Virgin Islands.
What is your priority regarding mental illness?
Mental illness, we've been partnership with Department of Health. We just had our interdepartmental meeting in regards to what steps we can take moving forward to assist the mental crisis here. It's not DHS alone, it gotta be all departments to the table to combat this issue.
How are you providing behavioral health services for employees? I mean, your employees are, again, exposed to a tremendous amount of situations. They're called to, and hear me out, they're called to various situations. Again, they have to entertain, listen. Just over the weekend, I had an individual that complained so much to me about a situation that they were experiencing that it brought me to tears. How are you addressing or being able to have a relief valve for your employees?
And I think it goes back to training, Senator. We're literally starting from scratch. And I gotta say start from scratch because some of the things that during my assessment, I was like, these things ain't possible. We have EAP. We have the EAP Employee Assistance Program that is offered at True Division of Personnel. A lot of people look at it as going to the crazy house, going to psychiatrists. EAP offers so much different counseling in regards to employees. We have started sending out the Signal seminars, webinars to all employees that deals with different issues in regards to mental health, life crisis, all kind of different topics. It's gonna take a lot. And I always say, if any of my leaders, you gotta know your employees. You gotta know their work habits. You gotta know if there's a change in their behavior. If you see your employees out of character, that means something is going on. Reach out, have that conversation. It's not a melee, it's not a gossip. It's being able to speak to your employees, open, candid conversation on what they're going through and see what assistance you could provide them. But it's training needed.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I just wrap up with one final question?
Yes, you may conclude.
Thank you. What does technology or digital transformation mean to your agency? How are you utilizing technology to help you to continue to be efficient and effective?
We're just looking at some different digitalization process at DHS, cut back on paper, stop killing the trees. My vision, and I know it might be a big vision, one-stop shopping. Being able to have individuals apply for Medicaid online, apply for SNAP online, stop dropping off these load of papers in Dropbox and having to get last, so you have to bring it back, or somebody have to reach out to you to tell you you're missing that document, you're missing that document. Don't get me wrong, our entire community is not technically savvy. We're gonna still have individuals that have to go the paper method. But my vision is that you come to Department of Human Services, you apply for Medicaid, automatically we know you're eligible for food stamp. You don't have to come back the next day for an appointment to get food stamp. It's a one-stop shop. You move from one area to the next in the system, should allow the person eligible for SNAP. That should be a thing to, okay, you're eligible for SNAP, we're getting you an appointment. These are the necessary criteria you have to meet. Instead of individuals in and out, we need to digitalize our processes, period.
Thank you very much for your response. Again, I'm not a member of this committee. I don't have a vote, but I'm very proud of you and look forward to voting for you at the appropriate time, which will be in session. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Madam Clerk, you can start the clock for me. Ms. George, the Pharmaceutical Assistance Program, PAP, is that still in existence?
Yeah.
Do you have any challenges in that program?
I'll say I'll get back to you on that.
Because I understand some pharmacies are complaining, so please, let's work with the pharmacies to get on board. You mentioned something about having meetings. Do you have administrators for all your divisions?
Yes, I have at least, I think I have 1 or 2 vacancies in some divisions, but other than that, we're fully staffed.
And are these administrators their responsibility when you have meetings that they are part of these meetings?
We have administrators meeting. Each division also have their administrators meeting. As a matter of fact, I think all my administrators are in the crowd, both St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix today, because we have a training tomorrow that will give them the opportunity to get some much needed information.
Okay, and why I asked, because as I mentioned, being a former employee, I thought that was a problem at the department where there weren't meetings. There was exclusion of people who were in charge that didn't have a say at the table. So I'm glad to hear from administrators to assistant directors, these are the individuals that need to be in meetings and know what's going on with leadership. So I'm glad to hear that. Let's talk about the one-stop shop. Let me say that the Medicaid and the food stamp program, they were supposed to be an integration of this program. It took a whole year. Disappointed to see that whole preparation of a year, it didn't happen. Can you give us a timeline today as to when you see this integration of this 2 programs where there would be a one-stop shop?
So give me 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years. We're going to talk about that too. Let's talk about vocational rehab. What is the status of vocational rehab? You have individuals who are disabled when they finish high school. How is the department working to get them, a job, to help them to be gainfully employed? Is Voc Rehab working with Department of Labor for that transition for these individuals?
We have started different outreach programs and meeting with different departments that can assist in that process. That's a working process. We're actually going to be looking at doing some additional restructuring and staffing of that department to meet their mandate.
Okay, great. What about your organ transplant program with Auxilio Mutuo? Do you still have an agreement with Auxilio Mutuo?
I'll have to check on that for you, Senator.
Okay. So there's a lot of things that happen in your department that provides key services to a lot of individuals in the community. And as I mentioned, your department, we cannot legislate compassion. So at this time, I'm going to make a call to individuals who are seeking employment that have compassion and want to serve in a department. Please go and apply to the Division of Personnel for positions at Human Services. It's a great department to work at. It's a great department if you believe in helping your community. If you want to make a change, this is the department that you shall work in, that you should work in, because it's the greatest reward trying to help people who are in need. So at this time, that's what I'm saying, I'm making that call to individuals to be a part of your team. And there are individuals that have sent us resumes because they want to work at the department. Individuals who are interested to work, as I said, go to the Division of Personnel. I've been asking some of my questions in between, and I don't hug the chair. So I see one of my colleagues on the island of St. Thomas, Senator DeGraff, non-committee member. I will allow you to have 7 minutes 7 minutes, Senator DeGraff. Can you
Yes,
please acknowledge? Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologize for coming up late, and thank you for being gracious and giving me the time after you. I just wanted to come for Commissioner George, like I always tell her, you try to convince 14 other senators, don't try to convince me, you got my vote. And I tell her that from day one, because again, it's a Herculean task that you're taking on. We're taking on such a large department, and I'm sure you're going to do well. I see you carry yourself as a leader, and I think that's one of the most important parts. Now, Madam Chair mentioned in regard to some pharmacies and vendors that are requesting payment, and they've been having some issues. I've had to meet with a couple of them. Are you aware of that situation going on for some of the pharmacies? And the St. Thomas, and I don't know about the St. Croix.
Yes, we are, Senator, and we're working feverishly to resolve some of those payment issues.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good to hear. Now, unions, have you had a chance to meet with your unions? I don't know if you were asked these questions before. If you were, I do apologize. But have you had a chance to meet with any of the unions?
Actually, I had 1 or 2 unions and meetings that I have held with the team to say that I've sat and met with the union. No. That is a needed process.
Yeah, I think that's something you should look into. So I think that nips a lot of the people and the hearsay bring come, and people will just want to carry news. You go directly to the unions and lead them inform the employees in regards to issues. Now, pay. Wage increases and different things have been issues for all the government over the years. Do you know if Department of Human Services are up to date on their any wage increases that were owed to them, any retro money that were owed to them?
We have 4 of the CBAs that have expired on a waiting negotiation this year. So far, we have been giving out wage increases. There's still some that we're processing through our system, so we're not fully up to date on all our salary increases for the union members.
Okay, again, if we could work on that part, that too will help. Now, seniors, I'm big on the seniors for years, and we love working with the seniors. You have a great crew working with the seniors. Now, in regards to the centenarians, I was able to get the bill passed to give them the $5,000 up front. And are you having issues with getting those monies to centenarians who are over 100 years old in the territory, and we're not being able to get the money to them? They don't really have tomorrow. No one knows who have tomorrow. But again, I wonder if that's something you could look into that we could try to push.
Yes, it is. Administrator Alvin Milligan has been looking out for that process to making sure that our individuals that are eligible to get it receive it. It's a work in progress, Senator.
Okay, and he's a gem. He works very well, and on the St. Thomas and St. John areas. Now, I've had issues with seniors who have assistance to human services for the utilities. And I know of a couple who have had a notice from WAPA stating that their electricity will be cut because they are waiting for the payments from DHS.
3 minutes.
Are you aware of those situations?
No, I'm not. I will look into it. Thanks for bringing it to light. But my colleagues who deals with that program is in the audience as well, and we'll make that a priority to make sure that we review to make sure that everything is up to date.
Okay, thank you for that. Queen Louise home, I know they're supposed to be rebuilding it or building a new one. What's the latest word on that, if you have any information?
We're not rebuilding Queen Louise. We're making necessary repairs. In the meantime, when we make the necessary repairs, the residents of Queen Louise will be relocated for approximately 6 months so we can make the building back to up to state-of-the-art facility, as well as all the necessary repairs that's going to be done, and that's right around the corner, Senator. But it's not a complete restructuring; it's a repair process.
Okay, where would the seniors be taken to for that time frame?
We have 2 different facilities that we're looking at right now, and we're going to make sure that our staff is able we're not putting them in anybody else's hand. Wherever they go, the seniors go, the staff will be relocated with them. So we have about 2 or 3 different locations in St. Thomas that we're currently doing assessments on. And it'll be a temporary move for about 6 months.
Okay, thank you for that. And in closing, I have just 2 areas. If you pick up the phone and you call DHS, a lot of times you can't get through. The phone rings 100 times, and there are times when, the phone is answered. But I don't know if it's a system. I don't know if it's just the amount of calls you're getting so they aren't able to get to the phone at times. I don't know if you're aware of this, or is it something you're looking to address?
1 minute.
Senator, this is a burning issue. I know my team might be shaking their head in the crowd because this has been an issue of mine since coming on board. I myself has went through the process to do a test, and I've called many times to see how long it takes someone to answer the phone or provide a response. We have now reached a point where I know they have been talked about call centers. I am not for a call center. We are staffing up. We are going through interview process to bring bodies on board that can sit and man these telephone, answer them, and provide the assistance needed. That's whether it's a receptionist or an office assistant. And that is a pet peeve of mine as well as the team, and we're making the hard changes and decisions to make it workable. So help is on the way.
And finally for me, Nude Hansen.
Time.
Nude Hansen is a facility, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair.
You may wrap up.
Yeah, Nude Hansen, a facility that's been there, for like we just said, donkey years. And I don't know if you had a chance to walk through it and see some of the working conditions that the employees are in. And if it's something that we could do, I heard you consolidating your maintenance team to address some of these issues. When it rains inside, it rains indoors, and just to make it a little easier and better for your employees. And you have a task ahead of you, and I'm here to support you in any way I can. So you could always call on me anytime. Congratulations. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. You could just answer the Knut Hansen in the chair's time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, the Hansen project is dear to our heart, Senator. We have visited many locations in St. Thomas to see where can fit all of our employees at New Hansen. We have located one, but all our employees are not going to be able to fit there. So the process has started with the design phase for the demolition and rebuild of New Hansen, as well as the relocation of our employees. I don't think at this point I can sit here and say I will fix all the necessary maintenance issues at New Hansen to make it safe and conducive. At this point, I just think we need to get out, get it demolished, get it repaired, and put our employees in a safe and conducive working environment.
Thank you, Ms. George. Colleagues, I will allow one burning question if you have one. If not, Senator Francis, you wanted an alibi? You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Designee, in regards to the Bruce Smith investigation, have DHS completed and issued a report in regard to the investigation? Are you aware of that? What's happening in that space?
No, we haven't produced a report. It's an ongoing process, Senator, and I can't speak about it on the floor.
Very well. It's something that it's in your purview and you continue to work on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Ms. George, for individuals who have appeals for the department, can you put a contact number for these individuals to contact if they have an appeal on Medicaid, they have an appeal on food stamp? Is there a appeals number?
Can
or
someone text me? Beverly
You could
text me a number.
get that information.
I'll get that to you so we can put it on the record before I leave.
Before you leave, yes, we would like to publicly have that number announced. So colleagues, we have concluded. Oh, you have a burning question. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you. Commissioner Nominee, one of the questions that was just asked of you from the minority leader is a concern to me as well, calling government agencies and not having or getting a timely response. Do you have receptionists on all three islands? Do you have an office space on St. John?
Yes, I do.
You have a receptionist on all three islands?
Currently, yes.
You do?
Yep. Need more, though.
All right. So one of the things that I want to have a conversation with you about is looking from this welfare to workfare. We got too much young people out there sitting down home collecting, and they're able bodies that can be out here working. So let's have this conversation in addition to the conversation about Hobart Gregg and the other senior homes, nursing homes. Thank you so much.
Senator Capert, can I respond to Senator Graff's question in regards to Queen Louise home? It is we're looking at a temporary and a permanent structure. We're rebuilding we are rebuilding in a new location. So we have temporary and new building at Queen Louise home. And I also have the response to you for the Medicaid. For Medicaid, it's 340-772-7125 or 340-725-8199.
Thank you for that. And I will just like to expound on what Senator Gittens said about welfare to work. Back in the day, I know there was a program that actually placed these individuals who are on assistance to do that job training, and if the department had a vacancy, then these individuals would then transition through the HR division. So let's start looking at that because it did work back in the day. I remember actually hiring an individual from the financial assistance program, and they worked, and then they were employed at the Medicaid program. So, and she was an excellent worker. So let's give these individuals an opportunity to seek employment as they're being trained and to get them off of the system. This is supposed to be just temporary to help you get on their feet. But as we know in a community, it becomes a long-term forever.
In regards to the question about the contract for Auxilio, we don't currently have a contract with Auxilio. I don't remember which senator asked that question.
That was me.
Oh, okay, we don't have a contract with Auxilio. They don't want to do business with us.
So do you still have the organ transplant program?
Yes, I think we do.
Okay, that's a conversation that we would talk about because those individuals that fall through that crack, if they have in need of an organ and they're on Medicaid, you know, we want to be able to see how we can provide the service here in the Virgin Islands. So at another time, Ms. George, we will talk about that because you seem like you've been getting favorable responses here on the floor. At this time, motion, Senator Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move that the governor nomination of Ms. Averil E. George as Commissioner Nominee to the Virgin Islands Department of Human Service be voted on favorably in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Franklin Johnson and seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittens, Senator Maurice James, Senator Carla Joseph, and did I hear a second from Senator Potter on St. Thomas. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Absolutely, yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yea, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea, Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yes, yes, yes.
Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yea, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination, Averil E. George, Commissioner nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. I know, I feel this. Well, congratulations, Ms. George. You have just passed your first hurdle through the Rules and Judiciary Committee. For individuals, this is the committee that has the big job interview, and you have just passed this very important hurdle. We will allow you to have some closing remarks, 30 seconds. Actually, I'll give you 35 seconds.
I would like to thank my entire DHS team, those present, those viewing, everyone who took the time out to be here in person to provide support, my family, my mom, my daughters, friends, former colleagues from DPW, Division of Personnel, and Department of Labor for being here and supporting me, all individuals that wrote support letters, all the individuals that called and prayed with me this morning. They know who they are. All those that texted and called, giving me their support. I can't forget Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach for giving me this opportunity, my fellow cabinet members, and the government house team for their continued support. Senators, thank you, and I look forward to your continued support. I'd also like to thank Evelyn Pina Felix. They pinned me pretty for my pin that I have on that was dropped off for me to wear today. I'd like to look forward to everyone continuing to support. I do not take this job lightly. I know it's a lot to do, and like I said previously, I cannot do it alone. It's gonna take not only my team, but senators and everybody else in the community to support me. And as I close, I'll ask for my team members from DHS to stand and be recognized. DHS on the rise. Before I end, I ask for the community patience. I know this is a transition. You guys can sit. Changing leadership in a department as this large of a department is not an easy task. There's a lot of work for us to do. So I ask the community for their patience as we make this transition. And please give us your support and understanding. It's a lot. I can sit here and say, why or why not? And my answer will be, why not? I am up for the task, and I think with my team, we can make a difference in where DHS needs to be. And as we always, our new slogan is, DHS on the rise.
Rise.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say that it means a lot to see even former retirees in the DHS department. Would you ladies please stand? Thank you.
And Shabbat. I forget my Shabbat. I forget my Shabbat team.
Listen, I just want to say congratulations to you. You serve with strength. You serve with respect. You are one of those commissioners, I call it, commissioners that I can call and you respond. That's important because your department is so important that I may be in a situation where someone calls me and they have a need. And when I call, Ms. Judge, you respond. So thank you. The committee of... Senator, you have a hot 30 seconds. Can you please acknowledge Senator Gittens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I know that you mentioned your mom earlier, but I'll be remiss if we didn't put the camera on her today as you move to lead this agency. And I say that because for several reasons. I wish mine was around. Certainly do. And you have yours here with you today. And at the same time, I also want to say publicly my condolences to my former colleague, Senator Myron Jackson, who just lost his mom at 95 years old. She was a nurse here in the territory as well. So you have your mom here with you today, and I am sure that she is proud of you, and I would just like for her to be on camera and recognized. And like the Senate President said, we had an opportunity to work with her. She was, in fact, one of our school crossing guards that did a lot of work with our youngsters. So thank you. I didn't go to school in Christiansted, so you didn't cross
30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm getting hungry too, so.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. You have a village here, and I just want to say thank you for coming and supporting the commissioner's nomination. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is in recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, if you can kindly come to the floor, the rules meeting has begun. We have nomination, the governor's nomination of Antonio O. Stevens, Director Nominee, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Before we begin, I would like to ask you to please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Please be seated. I see that you bring out your whole troop here, and I would like to say welcome. And if you can kindly turn your phones off or put it on mute. Mr. Stevens, please state your name clearly on the record. We have our stenographer on St. Thomas, and she would like to be able to hear everything and speak directly into the mic. At this time, colleagues, Mr. Stevens will present his testimony. You may proceed.
Antonio O. Stevens. Good day, Honorable Senator Dan Capehart, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, the Honorable Committee members, non-committee members present, the dedicated professionals of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the listening and viewing audience, and the community to which we serve. My name is Antonio O. Stevens, and I humbly stand before you as a Director Nominee for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. It is an honor to have been nominated to lead this time-honored agency. If confirmed, I look forward to working collaboratively with the legislature, not only on issues that affect the Fire and Emergency Medical Service, but also on matters that support the GVI and the community. I'd first like to thank the Creator, for through him all things are possible. And it is his guidance and strength that has sustained me throughout. I also wish to thank Honorable Governor Albert Bryant, Jr., and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, Esquire, for their confidence and abilities in me to lead this agency. Standing on the shoulders of those before me, Darrell A. George Sr., Clifford Joseph Sr., Steve Brown, Victor Brown, and Miriam Potter. I look forward to building on the rich legacy of service and professional excellence established within the agency. For those who may not know me, I am a decorated military veteran, dedicated public servant, and a proud Virgin Islander. I was born on the island of St. Croix to Alpha O. Stevens, deceased, and Lucina Stevens, who is here with me today. My early education began at Purby Lassen Elementary School, continued at Charles H. Elementary School, and concluded at the Claro Marco Elementary School, a true product of the Virgin Islands public school system. I went on to attend the Arthur A. Richards Junior High School and St. Croix Central High School. Upon completing high school, I joined the U.S. Army, where I served honorably, representing my family and these Virgin Islands for 22 years. Over the course of my military career, I held various roles. As a drill sergeant, I successfully trained over 3,000 recruits over a 3-year period. While assigned as a platoon sergeant during Operation Iraqi Freedom, I built my platoon into a cohesive and improved unit, which contributed to the overall success of the battalion during combat operations. For these efforts, I was awarded a Bronze Star Medal for exceptionally meritorious achievement. During my time in the military, I also earned 2 Meritorious Service Medals. After numerous deployments and travels across the world, I chose to return home. The sense of community, the connection to the people, and my desire to serve were the driving forces for my return. Memories of the aftermath of Hurricane Hugo remained with me and fueled my commitment to serve the territory. In 1989, when the hurricane hit, I was stationed in Germany and could not return to assist. Months later, I was granted leave for 2 weeks and traveled home. What I witnessed deeply saddened me and created a sense of duty to my community that remains with me today. After retiring from the military and returning home, I joined the Virgin Islands Fire Service in hopes that my leadership qualities, experiences, and skills I had developed would enable me to assist the agency. At that time, I also decided to complete my post-secondary education, earning an Associate of Science in Criminal Justice and then a Bachelor of Science with honors in Emergency Management and Homeland Security. In addition to my degrees, I hold certifications or have trained in areas of structural collapse, urban search and rescue, technical rescue incidents, weapons of mass destruction, radiological and nuclear awareness, technical response, hazard assessment, response management, incident response to terrorist bombings, prevention and response to suicide bombings, and development of state and regional CBRNE task forces. As in the military, I've held various roles in the Virgin Islands Fire and Medical Service. I began my career as a firefighter in the suppression unit before transferring to the Arson Prevention Investigation Unit. As a firefighter, I earned Employee of the Year within 3 years of joining the agency. After transferring to the Prevention Unit, I served as Deputy Inspector 2 and then as Deputy Inspector 1. In 2015, I was appointed to the position of Deputy Fire Chief of Training, where my responsibilities included planning, organizing, and executing training required for efficient responses to fires and other hazards. In this role, I implemented the first live structural fire training in the territory, oversaw the training of 60 fire recruits in 2016 and 2017, and introduced new tactics, techniques, and procedures to the territory's firefighters. From 2019 until the untimely and unfortunate passing of Daryl A. George Sr. in 2003, I served as the Assistant Director of Fire. In this position, I established expectations, plans, and priorities for fire operations with a focus on operational improvements, assisted with the development and implementation of policies and procedures, and worked closely with the Chief Financial Officer to procure necessary equipment and supplies with local funding and grant awards. As the Assistant Director, I had the opportunity to gain familiarity with key managerial functions and processes such as budgeting and human resources. In addition to the formal positions I have held, I've also served as the Territorial Hazardous Material and Weapons of Mass Destruction Coordinator since 2009, and the Emergency Operations Center Operations Section Chief in the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency since 2012. In my role as the Hazmat WMD Coordinator, I oversee the operations of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service hazmat teams in each district, ensuring they have the equipment and training needed to perform their duties. I also coordinate, direct operational plans with other critical support agencies such as the VI National Guard and the Civil Support Team, VITEMA, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and Homeland Security. As the EOC Section Chief, I managed and coordinated all EOC-related operational functions during emergencies, ensuring that appropriate staffing is available and that the operating objectives and assignments identified in the incident action plans are conducted efficiently. I have served in this role during 3 of the most significant events in the territory in the last several years: Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Maria, and the COVID-19 pandemic. My education and extensive public service experience in the military and the field of emergency response has prepared me for the duties and responsibilities required of the Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Agency background and Director's responsibilities. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service is an all-hazards first responder agency legally responsible for the following: enforcing the laws and regulations as they pertain to fire service and emergency medical service in the Virgin Islands, providing effective fire prevention and fire protection, fire suppression, and special operations, preventing and reducing the risk of fire through public education, fire safety code inspections and enforcement, providing emergency and non-emergency basic and advanced life support services, conducting arson investigations, and establishing and participating in training and certification, professional development, and educational programs relating to fire science, EMS, and related matters. The agency is divided into 4 units: the suppression unit, the arson prevention and investigation unit, the emergency medical services unit, and the administrative unit. The suppression unit responds to fires, medical emergencies, hazardous materials incidents, and incidents requiring technical rescue. The EMS unit provides pre-hospital and non-emergency medical care. The Arson Prevention and Investigation Unit conducts fire investigations, enforces fire and life safety codes, and educates the public on fire prevention. The Administrative Unit provides support to other units and performs critical administrative functions. Per VI Code, Title 23, Chapter 7, all responsibility for the direction and the control of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services rests with the director. He or she is legally tasked with ensuring the discipline, good order, and proper conduct of the Fire and Emergency Medical Service, enforcing related laws and regulations, and the care of the property. Other functions of the director, as established within the VI Code, include preparing and issuing rules and regulations necessary for efficient operations, keeping a record of all fires, preparing and issuing rules regarding fire drills and other protection of fire apparatuses, and instituting a training program. Interim actions. With the responsibilities in mind, I conducted an assessment of the agency's employees and infrastructure on all 4 islands during my tenure as acting director and director nominee. I engaged with agency staff and encouraged increased professionalism in the execution of their duties and their conduct. It is my belief that professionalism starts at the top, and it must be supported by all actions of its leaders. I also held meetings with supervisors, unions, and supervisors to hear and address their concerns and to identify how I can best support them. Recognizing the importance of technology, I also assessed our online presence and overall use of digital platforms and identified areas of improvement. Goals. If confirmed, I intend to focus the agency's efforts on meeting mandates, short-term and long-term goals, operational goals. My short-term goals: 1, hire EMTs and paramedics. As we continue to build out of our integrated fire and emergency medical service, we have seen success with firefighters becoming EMTs and EMRs. However, we must continue to increase the number of single and dual-role EMS providers to ensure the agency remains an all-hazard agency with the capacity to manage complex emergencies and upsurges. This is necessary not only to better serve the community with the best pre-hospital care, but also to wean ourselves off of the dependency of PAFD services. To do so, we intend to hire 6 paramedics and 10 new firefighter EMTs per district. We have already begun the process of filling the paramedic vacancies. However, given the national shortage of paramedics, we recognize that a more aggressive approach and a competitive approach is necessary to attract and hire qualified candidates. The process of hiring 10 firefighter EMTs is slated to begin this year. 2, improve customer service. VIA FEMS must have a renewed focus on effective customer service. We will aim to provide improved service not only to customers that come into our business office, but to everyone we encounter, be it a patient, someone that just lost their home, or a chance encounter. 3, utilize technology more effectively. To better meet the needs of our customers, we will work to upgrade our website to accept online payments and better inform the public of the procedures for applying for inspections and permits. We will also work to improve operational efficiency through the adoption of online platforms for training, report writing, and managing processes. Long-term goals. 1, improve morale. Our employees are truly our most important resources. I said it again. Our employees are truly our most important resource. And I firmly believe that improving our infrastructure would significantly improve employee morale and mental well-being for our employees. To that end, I will continue to work with our disaster recovery partners to complete FEMA-funded capital projects expeditiously. We will also continue to keep lines of communication between management and our personnel and union representatives open. To do so, we will maintain an open door policy and schedule regular meetings such as labor management committee meetings where employees feel free to voice their concerns. 2, increase collections. To ensure our operations are sufficiently funded, we will continue to seek ways to increase our revenues through collections. Our agency is responsible for conducting fire safety inspections for all businesses throughout the territory. While most businesses comply, there is a significant percentage that do not. We will encourage these businesses to become compliant, not only for the purpose of revenue collection, but also for the safety of the greater community. 3, enhance training capabilities. Training is critical to Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service operations and essential to increasing the number of emergency medical technicians employed by the agency. Efforts to train single-role firefighters to become EMTs have proven successful, and we would like to see this trend continue. However, we do not presently have the capability to provide EMS training in-house and must contract with another entity to provide EMT training to fire recruits and existing firefighters. As we work to build out our training cadre, we'll also be focusing on developing the capability to provide in-house EMT training. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service is an integral part of this community. While I say with pride, we are the Swiss Army knife of GVI and the community, I'm also humbled by it. As a person who has dedicated myself to public service, I promise to lead the men and women of this agency with dignity and pride. As director, I pledge to be fair to all under my care. My approach is and will continue to be that of a team approach. Leaders will be allowed to lead, and the voices of all employees will be listened to and respected. Before concluding my testimony, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the brave men and women of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service for their continued support. To those who believed in me, thank you. To my family, friends, and well-wishers, I am honored to have your love and encouragement. Thank you. To my Masonic family, the VIFS class of 2006 in both districts. The cabinet members, thank you for your support. If I've forgotten anyone inadvertently, as my appreciation extends widely, thank you. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for your testimony that you've provided to us today. I wanted to ask, how many men and women serve in the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service?
We have a total of 299 employees, Senator.
99 employees.
Yes, Senator.
And you said you have these different divisions. So your Arson and Prevention Investigation Unit, how many employees do you have there?
In the St. Thomas District, Senator, I have 7. In the St. Croix District, 6.
Okay. Okay, I won't abuse the chair's ability to ask question when I want to ask it and how long. So I would proceed with my colleagues. Colleagues, for parity purposes, we gave the former nominee before Mr. Stevens 7 minutes. So I shall give Mr. Stevens 7 minutes. If you don't want your whole 7 minutes, please return the balance of your time to the chair. I would be happy. So colleagues, I will begin with Senator Johnson, 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. Good afternoon to the testifier, and good afternoon to your team that you have behind you. Always good to see your team coming out to support you.
Thank you, Senator.
In your testimony, you spoke a little bit about revenues. And the fire department should have some good revenues coming in from businesses. And you also spoke about some of these businesses are not paying up the revenues. What do you plan to put in place, as everybody asks for a raise? Government employees want equipment, they want material. What are we doing to try to make sure we could get these revenues and do some serious collecting? What's your plan?
So, thank you, Senator. So my plan is to go out and ask them kindly. Let me say why I put it like that. In the VI code, it clearly states that every business within a territory must have a fire safety inspection. That fire safety inspection costs $150. You should not have a business license without a fire safety inspection. That being said, there's some businesses that circumvent it and do not come in, and sometimes they forget, but they still get a business license. So what I plan on doing is having the inspectors go out, what we call canvassing, and just going into businesses, asking for a copy of their fire certificate. If they do not have it, we ask them to kindly come in and take care of it. Give them a week or so. If they still do not come in, then we do have the authority to go and issue a fine. That fine is up to $500. I do not want to take the fine approach, but I want to give them the opportunity, because I do believe that some people forget and some people, but I do know, I'm not naive, I do know that some people just don't come in to do it.
I want you to take the fine approach.
Take the fine approach. Right.
Because I'm very sincere about that. We have businesses that just ain't gonna come.
Right.
And you could go and ask, they feel that they ain't gonna do it, and they ain't gonna do it. And sometimes you gotta hit them up how you gonna feel in the pocket. What about your relationship with a licensed and consumer, having some kind of a communication with them to make sure that both of you guys are on the same level, so that they shouldn't be getting that license without a fire inspection? Because when we're talking about, especially in our tongues, older buildings, fire hazard, and they're not coming and getting that inspection, then we really put in our people's lives.
What I will say that about DLC is that they work very good with us, because that's the other part of it. So we do have, sometimes we set up a task force and we just say, okay, we're going to do canvassing, and if they're not in compliance with Department of Health, and DLC licensing process and fire service, then we go ahead and shut down their business. So we do work collaboratively with them.
After a week, issue and citation, we could well use some money around here. If a lot of business try to just outright violate, and you know, and I'm saying this with real sincerity, because there's a lot of lack of enforcement in the territory, and there's a lot of people who just abuse the fact that enforcement is not going on. And if we as leaders in this government don't use our tools that we have, this will continue. Ain't gonna change. Gotta get the ship to steer and steer it right. We gotta make sure that these properties that conducting business are safe for the patrons who coming in there. Because not only that they're violating, but they're putting people's life at risk when they're not passing a fire inspection, not having the exit in order for them to get in and out. So it's important that we enforce these tools that we have and utilize them. I don't have a problem reaching out and having a conversation, but we can't keep talking. We got to definitely enforce. Since assuming this assistant position, what's some of the challenges that you have seen or faced, and how have you accomplished these challenges that you run into thus far?
The biggest challenge that's before me, Senator, is paramedics. On the island of St. Croix, we only have 2 paramedics, and both of those positions are basically the chief of EMS.
2 minutes.
And the supervisor for EMS. Outside of that, we're depending on the services that the contractor provider, which is Pafford, which is costing us a significant amount of money within the territory. And that's my goal right now, is to try to get ourselves off of that. And we have a plan in place. And I would like to, that's a biggest challenge for me right now.
How much Pafford staff do you still have on board through contract?
Within the territory, I think it's like 17.
17?
17.
How much on each island?
8 on St. Croix, and
It's 17?
8 on St. Croix, and I think it's 9 on St. Croix and 8 on St. Thomas.
Vice versa. 1 is 8, 1 is 9.
1 is 8, 1 is right.
And have we done any recruiting to see if we could get some of these Stafford employees to join the department?
So Pafford has, in their contract, they have something discouraging the employees from coming over to us. It's something in their contract that they can't do. They have to go away for like, I think, a year or 2 to come back. Yeah.
How do you describe your leadership style? How you plan to foster and culture a professional and excellency in the fire department?
My leadership style, people keep saying servant leadership. My leadership side is to lead by example, right? I do believe that I'm a rule enforcer, and I'm not going to ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do.
I can see you've been in the department for quite some time, so you work your way up the rank.
Time.
What's your relationship now with your team? Do you have a good supportive staff? Everyone on board with your style? I'm quite sure you have had some meetings and discussion with your team. Are we still in the same direction and everybody's on board?
I think if you look behind me, Senator, none of the people that are behind me right now were asked to be here. There were a group that was supposed to be coming over from St. Thomas. They were unable to make it because Seaborn canceled their flight. I didn't ask them to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I definitely will give you a nod. I wish you the best. It's not the easiest thing, and I thank you for your willingness to still solve this territory, and I wish all the best. I'm here to work with you and any other commissioner or agency head that come on board. We have a very good dialogue, and let's continue this dialogue and maintain that communication.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your line of questioning. Mr. Stevens, you have a section on page 6 about short-term goals. You know, the Department of Police have an incentive to join the team. Have you thought about even having an incentive to attract, to recruit firemen and women in the EMS fire department?
Senator, internally, yes, we have. The team and I have sat down and we've talked about it. And to be honest with you, it's something I initially pushed back on. But understanding the situation that we find ourselves in, I do agree that we need to have some form of incentive. We haven't locked in on what that incentive would be, but I am of the firm belief that if we're going to provide an incentive, that we must get a commitment from that person, whether it's a 2-year or 3-year agreement, that if we're going to provide you with a moving expense, I can't afford for us to pay for you to move here, and then a year down the road you decide, oh, this ain't place for you. I have to have you locked in for at least 3 years.
I wasn't even thinking on that large scale. I was thinking on a smaller scale, like if you joined, I'm going to just throw out a dollar amount, $1,000 to join the fire EMS emergency team, because money that always help.
Money helps, Senator. And initially, a paramedic was making somewhere around $55,000 or $52,000. We've since raised that up to $60,000. We've interviewed a number of people from the mainland, but once they hear that number, $60,000, it wasn't enough. We've gone back to the drawing board, and in discussions, we're talking about trying to raise that to maybe $70,000 or $75,000 to try to make it a more attractive offer rather than the incentive of a dollar amount.
Okay. So I'm glad that you said that. So that gives me an idea that you've actually, you and your team looked at raising to salaries that's equal to what men and women make on the mainland.
Right.
Okay, good. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much. I really wanted to ask that question to follow up on what the chair. What are we paying each individual person from Pafford?
$100 per hour, Senator.
$100 an hour. I see how you. This is serious. That's some serious money out there.
Yes, sir.
And we have to find ways. Our people ain't making that money. And, if we're going to be paying those kind of money out there, we need to definitely raise that income to be attractive and to be on the same scale as national. Or else we won't attract nobody that's willing to come.
Exactly.
At $100 an hour.
Wow.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that question, Senator Johnson. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to you, nominee Antonio Stevens, and of course to the listening and viewing audience, as well as my colleagues. I had the opportunity to meet you on my tour of, and I shouldn't say the Committee on Government Operations and Veteran Affairs tour in the 34th Legislature. And we toured all of the fire stations, both in Christiansted here and also in Frederiksted. And in my interactions with you, you seem very knowledgeable. You seem really committed to really providing the best services, not only to your troops here, and I'll say troops, your men and women on the ground, who are first responders, but also, and more importantly, to the people in St. Croix. Now, I do have some questions relative to your nomination, and you and I had a very robust discussion last week, Monday, virtually, and we talked extensively about the capacity
of your men and women in the fire services relative to being able to have the correct staff and training. So I want you to just tell us, how are we looking as far as filling those vacancies? You said you had 6 EMTs or paramedics that you're looking at to fill those vacancies. How close are you to filling those vacancies?
Senator, thank you for the question. We're not close. I'll be frank with it. We're not close. Again, it's a challenge at that salary to try to get. As a team, we've been working. We've held interviews with several people from the mainland, and we just have not been able to get. Let me not say one. One did come in, but that person, after a short period of time, decided they had a family situation and decided that they needed to move back to the States.
Okay, and what is the offering, your offer or what it does is the pay rate or annual pay rate for the individuals who are going to be paramedics?
We raised it up to 60,000.
60,000. And so that isn't really competitive with what is being offered nationally. That's what you're saying.
It is not.
Okay, and so that's probably one of the challenges. So I'm sure, should you be confirmed during your budget time, you are going to request that amount be increased. That's what I would do, because you need the staffing. You mentioned that even if you increase it with $100 that you pay per hour to Crawford, it's not going to be comparable even if you increase it to 70,000, because half of 70,000 is 35,000, and you add the 70, to the 35. Yeah. So, I'm just thinking about the math. So we could be in a position to be able to save some money, and that's something that you will have to build a case for. I wanted to also ask you about the morale. You mentioned it in your testimony. You have come up through the ranks. You've been in the military service for some time, and you retired. How do you see that you can build the morale of your team? What methods and approaches that you look at to do that? 3 minutes.
Well, Senator, as I stated in my testimony, right, that I do believe that if we can improve on the infrastructures, that we have the place that the men and women come to for 24 hours, 12 hours, it goes a long way.
Okay, stop there, because my time is running, because you're mentioning something that's key. How many of your structures in the St. Croix district and St. Thomas district are under rehabilitation work for FEMA, or are going to be demolished and rebuilt?
Senator, we have
disaster recovery projects.
We have 10 facilities. All 10 facilities are under some type of FEMA assistance.
And how is that going?
It's going slowly, Senator, but I do understand the process. I do understand the reason why it goes through like this, so I do understand it.
Okay, but your men and women, you're saying something very important. Your men and women need to be in an area where they feel safe, comfortable, they go to work, and they aren't feeling degraded with the services that they're going to provide to you and your fellow teammates, and more importantly, our community. So we need to look at that holistically and see how that can move forward quicker, to make them comfortable. Have you been in discussions with the Office of the Disaster Recovery? What is their timeline? Are we putting pressure on FEMA to move things forward more expeditiously?
We are. We meet weekly and sometimes bi-weekly, depending on which program it is. So yes, the pressure is applied, and they do understand, because I do bring up my concerns even prior to being in this position. So they do understand why I ask for the things that I'm asking for.
Okay, my time is going to be called. Madam Chair, just quickly, I wanted to ask you about
this is really a vexing issue pressing for a while. You have some individuals who did not pass their EMR or EMT. What has happened to them?
Senator, we have moved for termination of those employees.
Effective when?
Effective January 6th, I think it was.
January 6th.
Yes,
Okay,
Senator.
thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leeway. At the time, I will vote accordingly to my conscience.
Points of information, Senator Johnson.
I need to go back to the question. We're paying Pafford $100. Do you have any idea what Pafford is paying those employees?
I do not.
That won't be in the contract at all.
I do not. I do not, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Potter, you may proceed. 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, Director Nominee Stevens. And I want to thank you once again for your willingness to accept this challenging role of Director of Virgin Islands Fire Services. You know, I kind of in browsing your documents that you submitted, you definitely have an impressive and illustrious military career, and we're very grateful that you agreed, you know, to take on the task of leading this very important organization. And clearly, you've demonstrated that you have strong leadership capacity through your military service. How do you compare functioning as a drill sergeant in the military with leading a fire department in the U.S. Virgin Islands? Are the skills that you acquired in your long military career, are they transferable to your role as Director of Fire Service, your new role?
Senator, thank you for the question. I didn't start out in the military as a drill sergeant. I worked my way up the rank and eventually became a drill sergeant, and then after my drill sergeant years, I continued to be in a leadership role. Being a drill sergeant assisted me in, when I returned home, to be able to train employees. From the time I came in the fire service in 2006, I was the lead instructor for physical fitness, and then I transferred over at some point. I'm sure you did see that I became the deputy chief of training. So it is interchangeable as far you can't do certain things because this organization is not a military, it's a paramilitary organization. But my leadership skills in the military did transfer over to being who I am today as a leader in the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Thank you. Thank you for that. With regards to just the response time for emergencies, I want to get a sense as to what the average response time is and whether you're satisfied with it.
I am not satisfied.
The response. Okay.
Has it improved? Yes, it has improved by at least 3 minutes on average. Would I like to see it reduced? Yes, especially on medical calls.
Okay. What sort of strategies could be implemented to improve the response times?
I think outside of dispatching, I think once we get to that point where we're doing integrated dispatching, I think that helps a lot, because we too many times we hear about the situation where the directions were given, or we were looking for the house. We left the station in time. We're on the road. We're in the area in time. But it takes that additional 5 minutes or so driving back and forth trying to find this particular house, right? So I do believe that once we get that integrated dispatch and we could have those systems in the apparatus, so that we could see actually where the house is on a map, I think that would greatly reduce that response time.
That definitely should help. With regards to fire prevention. Are you actively, is the department actively engaging in
3 minutes.
fire prevention programs within the community, just from an educational standpoint? Is that happening?
Yes, sir, it is. From time to time, we do go out. The prevention unit does go out and have fire prevention classes, teach people how to use fire extinguishers. We would like to do one for the legislature at some point, so that. But we do come out and give a class on best practices, making sure that you do fire drills and stuff like that. So yes, we do that actively in the community.
Okay. What do you believe are the key qualities and skills that a successful director of fire services should possess? And how do you embody these qualities in your leadership approach?
In order to be you have to be well balanced. I don't want to say anything negative about any particular style or but for me, I think what made me better prepared is for the number of positions that I have held, going from the fire suppression unit over into the prevention unit, having a background in hazmat, having a background in emergency management. Those are the things that I think better prepared me to be sitting here before you today. But like I said in my opening testimony, I stand on the shoulders of those who came before me. When I came in, Maureen Potter was my director, and I looked up to him as a place that I would like to be one day. And then there were subsequent directors that came after him. So I stand on their shoulders, and I respect everything that they've done and everything that they taught me over the years.
1 minute.
I appreciate that response. How do you ensure, I know you were the director of training, how do you ensure that the fire department maintains a high level of readiness for fires and other natural disasters?
By training. Training doesn't necessarily have to be us bringing somebody in and getting training done. However, I do hold the captains and the supervisors on shifts responsible for training their staff, making sure that their employees, the people that work under them, understand what their roles and responsibilities are whenever they have to do a response, whether it's an EMS call, a vehicle extrication call, whatever that call is. It's incumbent upon that first line supervisor to make sure that his staff is ready to respond when that time comes.
Thank you very much, sir. The Swiss Army knife of the government of the Virgin Islands. I really like that. I think you bring a lot to the table, Director Nominee Stevens, and at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for your confirmation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Potter on St. Thomas. Mr. Stevens, I just want to do a follow-up on that question. Had me thinking, hypothetically, if we were supposed to have a problem with air emission problem, or if we had a problem with a contamination that it is hazardous, do you think we are prepared in the Virgin Islands to be the first responders? I know that's a loaded one, right?
It's a loaded question, Senator, but the answer is no. I know that with working with DPNR, I know that they have ordered some equipment to assist them in the air response, the environmental response, environmental hazards. We in the fire service, we work collaboratively and very closely with our CST team, right? But those capabilities are limited. And so I do know that if a situation were to occur that is outside of our control, that's bigger than us, we will have to ask for outside help.
Okay. Senator Gittens, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all.
Good
How are you
afternoon,
doing,
Senator.
Director?
I'm doing outstanding, sir. Thank you.
Good, good. So in reading your testimony and listening to your testimony, I was trying to figure out if you just good like that or you were a problem child in your younger days.
I was a problem child, Senator.
And you are the only person that I know of personally that went to 3 elementary schools. One in Christiansted, Paul B. Larson, one in the Middle Island, Charles H. Emmanuel, and then to Frederick said at Claudio Marco School. Well, sir. So you should be well-rounded, like I said, because you should know the entire island.
Yes.
Nobody is supposed to lose you, right? Right. So let's go to the EMTs that you have. There's no doubt in my mind that you're suitable and capable for the position in which you are nominated to. I've worked side by side with you. Me in the police department, you at the fire service, and even when we came together at Vitima. And I'm fully aware of your leadership capabilities. And again, in your explanation to the others who didn't know, now they know where you get your sternness from. But I want to ask to the emergency medical technicians, how are we coming with certifying our firefighters to become EMTs? And vice versa, the EMTs that were sent to you knowing how to fight fire?
A two-part question, Senator.
Give me the short answer because we only got about 5 minutes left.
We're coming along slowly with that process. To date, we have some 17 dual role providers in the St. Thomas St. John district, and we have another 14 in the St. Croix district.
So cross training is going on.
Cross training is going on.
Okay.
And we
okay. I just want you to give me the short ones, right? So how many firefighters we have in the St. Croix district?
In the St. Croix district, we have 96 firefighters in the suppression unit.
No, how much firefighters you have, period, in St. Croix? I don't care where they are assigned. How many firefighters?
We have, sir, your question is, if I give you, I don't want to give you the wrong number.
Okay, so approximately 96.
96 firefighters.
Right.
Right.
How many in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
128.
128. Now, let's go back to St. Croix. Of the 96 firefighters, how many are EMR or EMT certified?
28.
28, that's a low number. And the St. Thomas, St. John district, of the 128, how many are EMR or EMT certified?
436.
436?
36.
Oh, okay. I want to know how you got to
36.
Okay, 36. So still a low number.
Yes.
What are we doing to ensure certification? Or before that,
3 minutes.
Are any of these individuals grandfathered in where they're not required to become
Yes.
EMS certified?
Yes. So we didn't make it across the board. So a person that's been in before 2018 didn't have to do it.
So someone close to retirement at least wouldn't be required.
They're not required to do it. However,
Good.
they can if they would like to.
Excellent. So what about those that are not fulfilling the mandate?
Sir, I am sorry to say if you're not meeting the requirement, you will be we send you home.
Okay. simply put. How many paramedics do you have in St. Croix?
Outside of the chief and the supervisor, none.
So you have 2.
2.
How many paramedics you have in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
In the St. Thomas district, I have 6.
6. That's good. That belong to you.
That belong to
us.
Yes,
and
sir.
not Pafford.
Right.
So are we on the road to increase this number in both districts? Because I told you all that this was a solid concern of mine, where I did fully support the merger, because I was bringing that from back in the 30th or 31st.
Mm-hmm.
But we did some more extensive work, and I still went ahead and supported, knowing that we need to fill this gap. How close are we in promoting, training up and promoting individuals to paramedics?
1 minute.
So currently we have 2 people in the St. Thomas St. John district that's away for training. They should be graduating here in July and moving back in. And we are scheduled to send 1 here from St. Croix locally to finish up their training on the mainland and should be back before the end of the year.
So we need to get our act together.
Yes, sir.
Because we got shifts to run.
Yes, sir.
And each of these ambulance calls requires a paramedic. So the chief can be chief and still doing all that heavy lifting.
I agree.
All right. The that just threw me off. So we're making training a priority, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. The I'm totally thrown. I didn't expect us to not have such a low number. Ambulance. How many do we have per district?
6.
Time.
Per district?
Per district.
And all are fully operable.
We got 2 in St. Thomas that are down, but they should be up within the next week or so. And then we have 1 here in St. Croix that it's basically a backup to the backup.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank you, and not only you, but thank the men and women of the fire service for your service. And I just love and admire the way that they're dressed here today. And I've always said, whenever a firefighter leaves the fire station, this is how they're supposed to look. Whenever those from Bureau of Corrections leave the prison, they're supposed to look proper in their uniform as well. And likewise with the police department, because that's how our youngsters are looking at you guys. And when they see you all dressed like this, they're going to be like, I want to be a firefighter. All right? And I love the fact that you have some fire women in here as well. Thank you all again for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Gittens, for your line of questioning. I just wanted to ask, as considering the impacts of the storms of 2017 and the merger for EMS to the fire service, how is that merger working? And what are your challenges, or what are some of your accomplishments and wins?
The wins, we have 3 stations in the St. Croix district that EMS is responding from. 1 in Richmond, 1 at Cottage, and 1 in Fredericksburg. That's a win. Prior to that, they were responding from 1 location, Richmond. We're in a better situation now that we can serve this community, especially on the western side of the island. In the St. Thomas district, basically the same thing. In St. John, we have 2 responding ambulances, 1 on each side of the island. We didn't have that before, Senator.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. That's good news. Senator, points of information, Senator Gittens.
Thank you. It just came to mind as I put the mic down. So as I was asking you about the numbers for EMRs and EMTs, I just want to say that I would like for collaboration between the agencies to make sure that we have Act 8506 in place, which speaks to having the EMS course in high schools.
Yes.
4 levels, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. Once they've successfully passed those 4 courses, if they're 18 years of age, once they walk across that stage to get their their high school diploma, they can also be nationally certified as an EMT. So what we're trying to do through Act 8506 is fill that gap so that you wouldn't have that problem later on. I mean, you'll probably be retired by then, but we're going to still be dependent on their service. So I'm hopeful that you'll be able to work along with the Department of Health and the Department of Education in fulfilling this act. Thank you.
Senator, if I may.
Yes, you may.
This is an act that I've been looking for the longest. I've talked about it with my staff, and they're like, they haven't heard anything about it. So we're looking forward to it. We want to support it. We are fully behind it because we do believe in building from the inside out.
The governor, brother, is your chief. He's sitting right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. We're always guaranteed a little joke in here in this committee. Lighten things up. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, firefighters. That includes everybody. Okay, we're in the 21st century. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Director Stevens. I said to my colleague, my colleague asked if I had interviewed you before, and I said, no, not this time. I interviewed you long before.
Long before.
Long before, yeah. Many times, and many times we interacted in trying to get the EMS fire merger happen. And during that time, I had the privilege of working with some very, very good people. I mean, just good in the sense of wanting change to happen, but still having their objections voiced and their concerns. I want to start, though, by saying that yesterday, Joseph Griot Jr. from Eulalie Rivera School won the territorial spelling bee. Second place was Ryan Felix from Free Will Baptist School, and third was Caden Letsam from Antilles School. But you have a spelling bee champion too. Did you know that? I'm not even going to say who it is. You don't know you have a territorial spelling bee champion in your organization? I am pretty sure you do.
I do not. Somebody
need to text him and tell him who that is, so that he can tell us by the end of this. That's interesting. Yeah, you have a spelling bee champion. And you know something? I said to the young man yesterday that, and to all it was 12 of them, 12 competitors, that they were already successful, but it's going to influence their lives going forward. And your spelling bee champion, when I met your spelling bee champion, I keep saying that so you don't know the sex, right? The gender. Immediately, it made sense to me when I read your spelling bee champion's name yesterday in the brochure. So you'll find out who that is.
I don't figure it out already, Senator.
Huh?
I figured it out already.
You figured it out?
Yes.
So I said to my colleague too that you are drill sergeant, and if you haven't been in the military, you don't know how difficult it is to become a drill sergeant. And so when I said, of course I'm going to vote for him, she said I was biased because you were in the military. But you also receive a Bronze Star.
Yes.
A Bronze Star is for sacrifice and honor and bravery. which is what translates to you being a firefighter immediately, because you've already sacrificed your life. And all these firefighters in here do the same. Firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, they do the same every single day.
On a daily basis.
So it's a natural transition for you. But since you and I work together on the merger, I wanted to address that. Is there anything else that needs to be done to complete the merger? Is there anything pending?
To complete the merger, no, Senator. But the regulatory side needs to be fixed.
Yeah. That is something that I am working on with the Office of the Governor. When it comes to, my colleague talked about the courses in the school, when it comes to the training of the, right now, not the high schoolers, anyone who applies, is that done, is that still done exclusively through the Department of Health?
I missed your part of your question.
The training of anyone who wants to apply. How if I applied, how am I trained? By whom am I trained? Is the
So
question.
we do have a couple of contractors on the island that can provide the training. However, that training has to be approved by Department of Health.
So they approve the
Yes, ma'am.
the training providers, because I think it's an excellent idea for high schoolers, but I'm wondering how we would be able to do that, since again the Department of Health would have to
Be involved, yes.
yeah. When it comes to the firefighters who are so far have been unable to get their certification, what was done? What is the reasons why they haven't been able to? Because as a teacher, I'm trying to figure out how and what have you done to assist them in succeeding. Let me put it that way.
Senator, as you are well aware, we were working on this thing prior to this administration, right? You came along and you helped push it through. And for that, we thank you, and we thank this body, the 34th legislature, for the work that they did. Before my former boss passed away, one of the things that he sat in this legislation and said is that we have bent over backwards trying to get these employees through this process, placing them on extended probation, to the point where some people were saying that you can't keep anybody on probation this long. We kept them on probation trying to get them to meet the standard. We provided the training for free. We provided refresher training. All you had to do was pass the national the national part of it, which is something that you have to do on your own. And some people chose not to, because we can't make you do it.
Okay.
Right? And some people, unfortunately, failed. But we gave you the opportunity, and then coming down to the end, we even said, okay, you have by this date to tell us what is your plan in order to meet this mandate. Because you were hired, and when you sign this document, it says that you understand that you will become a firefighter EMT. And so when we gave them those limits and said, okay, that's enough, we can't keep stringing you along.
Right.
Fortunately, especially in the St. Croix district, 4 people of the 6 that was on that line took their national test and passed. In the St. Thomas, two are still out. And the St. Thomas, St. John district, a few resigned because they chose that they didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
And then there are 1 or 2 still in the St. Thomas, St. John district who are actively still trying. Not on payroll, because I do want to give them the opportunity, once they've met the requirement, to come back to work.
Okay, thank you for that. My time has been called. Without a doubt, your credentials are impeccable.
Thank you.
And so clearly you have my vote of confidence in you and in the men and women of the fire service.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. We'll go to the island of St. Thomas, non-committee member, Senator DeGraff. You may proceed with 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, like I told you one-on-one, and like I said it before, you check with 14 other senators, not me. I don't vote for you. You just ain't know it yet.
Thank you, Senator.
So I can't, no. You know, you're a veteran, and I'm honored to follow a veteran also before me. But again, it's for people to understand the role you bring as a veteran, drill sergeant, all accolades. How many years did you spend in the military?
22 years, Senator.
22 years, yeah, I did 22 years also. So I mean, thank you for your service. You know, I've watched you play the second role to the former director. Now is your chance. And like I spoke with you before and asked you is, I would like to see you bring your flavor who Director Antonio Stevens is to the Fire EMS department. So what are your short-term and long-term goals in a nutshell for the department?
My short-term goals for the department, Senator, number one is hire paramedics. That is the thing that keeps me up at night, trying to figure out how are we going to get it done. And the next one behind that is to have some type of training facility, a training type cadre where we can say, hey, we're doing an EMT course from this date to this date. Right now, we can't do that. There's no place in the territory, or at least not in St. Croix, where you can say, hey, you're going to this course for 3 months. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have Wheatley Skills Center, and we have one other place that can provide that training once the training has been approved by the Department of Health. But again, we at their grace, because they could say, no, we ain't doing no training for you, or at a significant cost. My thing is that we need to be able to have a cadre that we can say, hey, we're doing this training, and this is where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, and this training is going to be 90 days. Then we can move on into the firefighting stuff and get them graduated as full-fledged firefighter EMTs. But the number one thing is to hire some paramedics in both districts. And then from there, everything else I think will start to work itself out, because it takes like 9 months to train somebody from an EMT to a paramedic, or from a civilian to a paramedic.
Okay. Okay, I hear that. I think we can accomplish something. Have you had a chance to meet with the union leadership in your department?
I've had a chance to meet with the supervisor union in both districts. I have not had the opportunity to meet with the firefighter union as yet. We did try to get it scheduled, but it was not. It didn't meet our schedule. Their schedule and my schedule did not link up.
Okay, so again, if you could reach out to them and make that happen. Are you aware if they receive any wage agreements that they were supposed to, or any retro monies owed to them? Are you aware of anything in that line?
As far as the union is concerned, Senator, they are where they're supposed to be as far as any negotiated contracts or anything like that they should have. They're outside of steps, Senator, they're where they're supposed to be.
Okay, great. Security for your facilities. Are there cameras for your fire stations, your facilities, camera systems at work? Do you have that at your facilities?
As far as I know, Senator, and that's why it's important that I keep that communication line open. As far as I know, all the stations that do have cameras and that they're operational. There's a station that do not have a camera. I'm unaware of it right now.
Okay. Okay, that's great to hear. Now, about how many retirees or persons you have eligible for retirement, and how critical is that in your department?
Senator, I have 84 people that are eligible for retirement. Within the past 2 days in the St. Croix district, I've received 2, with another 2 more that's probably pending by August of this year.
Okay. Okay, so again, you're looking for new breed, and are those 84 persons eligible for retirement? Are any of them in leadership positions to make sure you get everything that you can out of them for going forward for the future?
Yes, sir. At least 60% of them are in leadership positions.
Okay, that's good to hear. Do you still have the junior firefighter program?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, good. That's a plus. You know, the fire station here by Babel Plaza had a sign on it that it was closed. The 19th and the 20th will be reopened on the 21st. Is there an issue there why the department is closed?
Oh, the hotel station? Yes, Senator. We had, for the past 6 or 7 months, we've been having some problems with the AC. The person that we were contracted needed to bring a crane to do some replacement of both of the big units. And so rather than having the employees inside downstairs with everything that's going on, we decided to close the station, the business side of the station. The fire station itself upstairs is still open, still responding, both EMS and fire. But the downstairs, the administrative portion, we had to close it down for a little while, for 2 days.
Okay, so it's back up. It'll be back up by tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Once the work is completed, the contractor did tell us it would take 2 days, and so hopefully they finish today.
Okay, sounds good. And in closing, I see that both dumps on St. Thomas and St. Croix have had issues where they've had fires, and your personnel have had to respond to them. And I know as a part of your training and everything like that, have you looked into where I think we are looking into legislation to get, if I may close out, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may. Proceed.
Okay. In regards to, I believe it was mentioned about putting fire hydrants on the dump to have that, I guess, endless supply of water. Is that an area that we're looking at for the future for addressing prior to another dump fire that jeopardizes your personnel going forward?
So in the St. Croix district, there's one that's already on the dump. The challenge with that one, and I shouldn't use the word dump, it's a landfill.
Landfill.
However, once we start pulling water from that particular one in St. Croix, it affects everything west of Prophet, right? Because their water pressure drops as well. So that's something that we're working with WAPA to see what we can do to improve that. For the one on the St. Thomas landfill, well, the intent is to try to move that one closer down from off the road where it's at currently, and moving it down closer to the debris side of the landfill. That's something that we're in talks with WAPA as well.
Okay, so congratulations to you. I look forward to, when it comes to the session, to voting for you. You have my full support. Anytime you need, you know where to find me. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Director Stevens, this is where me and you will have a dispute. You say, we have a landfill?
I'm using the proper term, Senator.
Well, when they have a lining in that landfill, in that dump, I will call it a landfill.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
need to get with the times. We're going to continue to have these fires on St. Thomas. We're going to continue to have these problems on St. Croix until we do it right.
Agreed.
Leach aid in there, chambers, gas chambers, the lining, all of that.
Vents.
You know it. So when we have those things in place, then I will be with you and call it a landfill. But I won't go there right now. Senator Fonseca, you are patiently waiting for your 7 minutes. You may proceed. 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. and welcome, Mr. Stevens, our colleagues. Just to continue with that line of questioning by the chairwoman, Director Stevens, the chairwoman has actually shared me a plan, a detail of what a real landfill looks with the lining and thing. So I think we need to move towards that direction. But I also want to follow up on the question from my fellow Savanero that just asked you with the water capacity. Because, remember we had this discussion in a hearing on St. John chaired by the majority chair.
Yes.
And it was an issue where you were only able to pump 58 gallons a minute to the fire, and when you distribute that by 4 hoses, the hose them didn't have sufficient capacity. So the Wappa water line out there, I know your predecessor, rest in peace, Darrell George, was working on a plan. They had 2 other considerations. One, to be able to tap into the water capacity out at the Bavoni landfill from the waste management facility, and the other possibilities was also be able to tap into the ocean water, because there's ocean water that's not too far there. But I know you mentioned that you wanted to get the fire hydrant, the Wappa fire hydrant, closer to the dump. So what is the status of those 3? Are you considering waste management water and the ocean water, or Wappa water getting a new fire hydrant? Specifically, what are the plans?
So the only plan that is concrete, Senator, and I can't give you a timeline right now, is to move the fire hydrant. That's a discussion that we've had with WAPA management, and that's something that they've already determined what that cost will be and how far it needs to go based on how far it needs to be the cost. And so that's something that we're going to be working on. They're going to be working on with our support. The other stuff rests squarely on Waste Management Authority. What they want to spend as far as moving, drafting, putting up machinery, whatever that may be, but that's squarely on their shoulders, whatever plan they need to come up with. I can't go in onto their property and tell them how to do what to do. I can only do what's in my purview.
Okay, and I understand that, and also, I'm not a member of this committee. You have my full support. I know the Senate is going to meet in session next Monday, and then I'll be able to cast my vote in your favor. But I still want to follow up on that, because out of the Bavoni dump, they still have that green waste, and that green waste is generating the methane gas, and the methane gas itself is combustible, and that will cause a fire. Remember that last fire out there in Bavoni lasted 22 days, and we have to give thanks and praises that none of the firefighters was injured or nobody else was seriously burned. But a fire of that magnitude burning for 22 days is a real concern. So I ask you to give priority, and even if you have to come back to the legislature and say, listen, we need this money to help WAPA get the line, let's bring that, I know you have a lot on your plate, but bring that to the legislature so that we can locate the funding so that you can be able to treat that. You can be able to treat that, because it's only a matter of time before that fire happens again, because we in global warming.
Yes, sir.
And thing. Okay, good. So now you mentioned there's about 84 persons in your department that's eligible for retirement. That's a starkly high number of firefighters. So when is your next firefighting class planned for?
We plan to have 2 firefighting classes, one in each district, before 1 October. They have to start before 1 October.
Okay, good. So, well, I'll allow you in my 2 minutes that's left to make a pitch for those in the community that's listening why they should join the VI firefighting service, and the benefits that you offer to the employees as a VI firefighter. You may proceed.
Senator, you want me to be a salesman?
You got 84 people retiring. You take your opportunity now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the VI at large, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service needs your assistance. We need EMTs right here. You don't have to leave the territory to go away to learn anything. We can do that training right here for you. We need firefighters. You can ask any firefighter within the agency right now, what's the best job in the Virgin Islands? And they will say, being a firefighter. Everybody in the community appreciates everything that we do. You get to serve right here. You don't have to be like me and leave to go away in the military and all that stuff. You could be right here serving your community and be local heroes right here in the community.
Thank you. Well done. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Blessings.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca from the island of St. Thomas. Senator Novell Francis, the Senate President, you may proceed with 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the nominee. Good afternoon to the VIFM's family in support of the nominee today. And good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Don't join the fire service if you're a coward.
Thank you.
Don't join the fire service if you don't intend to train up. When you join the fire service, you have an appreciation for these individuals because when everybody else running out of danger, they're running into danger. When you join VIFMs, you got to be prepared to train up so that you could be responsive to this community needs. So I first of all want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for all that you continue to do in this community. Because again, you continue to be the shining stars. I came from the Virgin Islands Police Department, and 911 told us, and we saw, and had an appreciation for our firefighters. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
So I thought you were going to say that when you were asked about the merger or the integration, that in fact, the wins significantly outweighed the challenges. I certainly believe that it's the best thing that have happened. And only when you need that ambulance, then you have an appreciation for it. The lives that have been saved are because we had a response that was right there in the Frederickstead area, the Grove Place area, in the East End area, in Coral Bay, in Fortuna. So, as one of the authors of, and again, working along with Attorney Maurice James at the time, and some of my other colleagues, we made sure that we did the heavy lifting to make sure that that merger or the integration existed.
And we appreciate it.
Absolutely. So I heard when you were asked the question about firefighters that you kind of stop short, or you're trying to distinguish between firefighters and something else. Can you clarify that? What was your hesitance in terms of firefighters? What were you trying to clarify there?
I wanted to make sure that we understood that we have, like I said in my opening testimony, that there are 4 units. When you say firefighters, some people forget that we have a prevention unit, and we also have our EMS brothers with us. And I want to make sure, that when we say ask for a total number.
Stop right there. So when you want to make sure that you're saying fire, your suppression, or again, your prevention unit, aren't they all firefighters?
They are all firefighters, Senator.
Okay, so we want to be clear on that because it left this, at least in my head, I wanted some clarity as whether or not there was some separation there. Because it's almost like a police and a detective. You can't be a detective if you want a police.
Thank you.
You know, my prevention unit, I mean, we have some concerns all the time because we want to make sure that they're treated as equal to the suppression unit because they're a very, very integral part of the fire team.
Agreed.
Right?
They are, and they need to be compensated as such, sir.
Very well. So you and I can work on that because we had some difference in regards to that compensation that you talk about before, and I'd love to be able to close the loop on that particular issue at some point.
Looking forward to it, sir.
One of my colleagues asked as
3
well
minutes.
about the businesses, and I wholeheartedly support and agree with you that we need to make sure that we're giving individuals an opportunity to be in compliance before we find them. Businesses in this community are under siege with all kind of thing going on,
Right.
and rising costs is going up. People shopping online, shopping elsewhere, doing all kind of thing, and then spending their money here. We got taxes to pay, we got all kind of things. So I agree with you that at least you give them an opportunity to come in and make a payment. Of course, if that don't happen, then you have to engage the next step, which is to find them and force them to come in and make that payment. So I just wanted to put that on record. There was also a discussion here and a notion that we believe that every single rig, every call, an ambulance call that goes out, that there need to be a paramedic on that call, on that run. Is that the case?
Not necessarily. It's not the case. Sometimes we have what is called a basic call, where there's no need for a paramedic. But we do have paramedics.
All right, talking about paramedics, and I know that you talk about just having 2, is there an opportunity for you to be able to bring back retirees to assist and support until such time as you could get your individuals trained up as paramedics? Is there an opportunity there with that?
Well, Senator, I think it was just this week we saw where I think Department of Personnel said that they would allow retirees to come back for 3 years. If that door is open, we need them to come back.
So there's no barriers within the law to allow them to come back, correct?
There's none, as long as they can still do the work. And then again, let me say this, we do need like a training officer, for example, in St. Croix. So you may, as long as you have that skill set, we'll welcome you back.
Very well. Real quickly, what about empowerments? Obviously, you can't do this job by yourself. And you have chiefs of police. I mean, your role and responsibility is really administrative, policies and directives, funding, and training and those type of things. How are you empowering your police chiefs? I mean, I'm sorry, your fire chiefs as well as your EMT chiefs to make sure that they're carrying out the operational aspect of this?
One of the things that I've told the team is that I can't do this by myself. I need every single last one of them on board. The guys and the lady that you see sitting over my left shoulder, they're the ones that I depend on. And without them, I cannot be successful at this. Without the men and women in the fire service, we can't be successful. So I expect them and I task them to lead. And I support them in whatever way they ask me to.
Very well, Madam Chair, I got two quick wrap-ups.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Fireboat. What is the status? I know that there was some discussion before about fireboat. What is the status of that?
The status of the fireboat, Senator, is that we should receive that boat, I think, in November this year. In May, we have 3 employees that are going up to take a look at it, see where it's at as far as how far they've reached with it. I've been receiving pictures from the builders of it, and then we talk about it. We have a meeting every 3 weeks or so to talk about where they're at, and they show us pictures. But part of the contract is to have employees go up and take a look at it to see the status of the boat as it's being built.
Okay, and technology. How do you say technology playing a role in the VIFMs?
One of the biggest challenges as far as that's concerned is we're trying to make sure the employees are checking email. we're in an age, or we're trying to come out of that age where everybody's wanting to see a memo come out and posted. We believe that one of the things that we need to transition to is having you check your email on a regular basis. Every time you come to work, check your email. And then we want to do an online platform type training where some trainings you don't necessarily have to go to a classroom. You can sit down right there at your computer while you're at work and do the training that's required. So again, we're trying to push that mentality across the board to show them that we're moving into the 21st century and stop depending on things to be hands-on and brought to you.
Very well, thank you. I appreciate your responses. I certainly do have my support. I'm not a member of this committee, but I do intend to vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time. And I'll just ask that you answer one final question on the chair's time, if you allow it. Who are you pulling up? Who are you training up then to be the next director?
How far back you want me to go? How far back do you want me to go, Senator? There's a brother and a sister sitting behind me on my right shoulder, over my right shoulder. And then there's a young lady that's next to them.
That's who you're training. Okay, great. Thank you, Senator Francis. Madam Clerk, you may start my timing. I just wanted to get a clarification. When you talked about your 4 units, these 4 units are considered hazardous duty units?
Not all 4, Senator. We have the administrative section. The administrative section is the men and women who work in the office, you know, the HR staff, the accounts payable staff. So no, not those, not that staff.
Those individuals won't be the ones to have the availability of retiring after being in the fire service for 20 years.
No, they do not.
Are there any other units that do hazardous work but don't get that early 20 years retirement?
No, Senator.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Gas stations in the Virgin Islands. You mentioned businesses not in compliance. What about a business that has already been issued a permit and you find out afterwards there are environmental impacts and there's public health concerns? How does, and I'll create a scenario, gas station in St. Thomas that was approved years ago in a very populated residential area. It's having health impacts now on those residents in that area. I'm thinking, yes, the land and water use plan, which is the best solution that this won't ever happen. But what do we tell these residents when the emissions from these gas stations are affecting them? You do inspections. Is that an environmental protection? Is that under the underground storage tank and in environmental protection that deals strictly with that, or fire says, oh, we don't have to deal with that?
Senator, I'm sorry to say that does not fall within our jurisdiction.
That's DPNR.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We do the fire safety inspection.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification also, because I know there are best management practices that the gas stations can use to minimize those emission problems.
Yes, but that's
so I guess that's a discussion when DPNR is before us.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you know, when we sit on these seats, like we get these texts, we get these concerns, and people want to know. So I do ask questions sometimes for my constituents. One of the concerns I do have is, you mentioned it, for the men and women who have a home away from home. I want to make sure that if I'm a firewoman, that my residential area where I sleep and everything is nice and comfortable. Tell me on a scale from 1 to 10, how are those accommodations now? And be honest, on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John.
I start with St. Thomas. On the island of St. Thomas, we have two fairly new fire stations. Both of those fire stations have separate sleeping quarters.
For the men and the women?
And the women. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's good, because we don't want them sleeping together. You have wives and husbands may be concerned about that. Okay? But I am talking about, tell me if the restrooms are good. If I am a firewoman, I want to make sure that that bed I sleeping on is a comfortable bed, nice clean restrooms. Is that the situation with the men and women who work in these facilities?
Senator, I'll be candid with you. I said in the beginning that is a problem for me. And we are the men and women do an outstanding job. For me to bring a senator into our facility and show them the facility today, they'd be like, I don't want to sleep in here. I don't want to use the bathroom in here. Right? But the men and women of the fire service, they take pride in what it is they do, and they're responsible for cleaning it up and taking care of those facilities, and they use those facilities, not because of anything else other than they want to do this job. So it's my responsibility as a director nominee to get them the service and provide that level of support that is needed. And that is why I say if I can get those things taken care of, it will improve the morale of these employees.
Good. Can you make that one of your high priority areas?
It is, right after the paramedics.
Good. Also, have you been working with the Division of Personnel to actually make sure that you fill your man shortages of employees?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the OMB just approved those hirings those slots that we talked about, and so my next step is next week. I'm going to sit down with Department of Personnel and see when we can get that hiring step started, because they have to sign up at the Department of Personnel.
And what would be your hiring goal for St. Croix?
Right now, I would like to see 10 per district.
Per district.
1 minute.
Okay. Well, thank you, Director Stevens. I'm claiming it for you. Colleagues, anyone have any other burning questions at this time? And if not, I will entertain oh, you said yeah? Okay. Senator Gittens, you're acknowledged for a burning question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Director, with 80 plus in the hopper to retire, I am very concerned with the numbers that you gave. 90 plus on St. Croix, 128 on St. Thomas. How many funded vacancies do you have right now?
How many funded vacancies?
Funded vacancies. So 80 plus could go now, but how many funded vacancies do we have?
We have...
Speak into the mic.
7 paramedics on St. Croix, 7 paramedics on St. Thomas, 6 firefighter positions in both districts. And keep in mind that currently we're only doing 50% funded until that slot is filled.
So we know we're not going to get those 7 paramedics, because people got to train up unless paramedics come in. But these 6 firefighters, only 6 firefighters per district you're funded for right now?
Right now.
And you stated how soon you're going to start that class?
The announcement should be coming out next month.
All right. Hopefully we're working to try to retain some of that 80 plus that could go through the door now.
We are.
Because if we don't build the morale, then next thing you know, we got 80 retiring, and you see what predicament we'll be in.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Before we go into the motion, are we going to take a quick 2-minute recess? The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move the governor nomination of Mr. Antonio O. Stevens as Director Nominee to the Virgin Islands Fire Service and Emergency Medical Service to be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Franklin Johnson and seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittens and Senator Maurice James, Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Clerk, roll call on the nomination.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez absent. Senator Dianne Capehart?
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens?
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yea.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Antonio O. Stevens, Director Nominee, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Just for further reference, we don't clap in the legislature. This is what we do. That's a silent clap, okay? Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Stevens, Director Stevens, you are past the big hurdle, one of your big hurdles, I would say, the Committee of Rules. I want to say congratulations to your favorable vote from this committee. I'm going to ask that you have a 30 seconds closeout. You may proceed. Please acknowledge Director Stevens. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, but I'm going to ask for your indulgence real quick. I'd like to introduce my mother, Lucina Stevens. Please stand.
All right.
Senator Gittens threw a shot at me when he talked about all the schools, elementary schools in my formative years. It was because this lady behind me was trying to get a better life for her and for me and my siblings. Moving from Christiansted Town to Mutual Homes, finally ended up in Grove Place, a place I love. So again, it's thanks to that lady that's behind me. Also behind me, there are what I would call my credentials. The men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service that are here with me today, and I know that there are others that wanted to be here but that could not be here. I want to say thank you. Thank you for everything that you do on a day-to-day basis. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your support from day one. Yeah, on both sides. There are 2 people that are sitting in the far back right corner. Former Director Steve Brow, former Chief Larry Johnson. These are 2 gentlemen that I emulated. They guided me, they helped me, and they're proud of me and my accomplishments in this fire service because it's them that got me to this point. Even when I was down and said, look, this isn't the place for me, they were like, hang in there. I thank you both. Ms. Denise Lewis, my sister, thank you. My 2 cabinet members, Averil Jashin, Averil George, who have made this transition comfortable. I thank you both for being here, as well as the other cabinet members that aren't. but I know that you're listening and watching this and wishing me the best. Lastly, this committee. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for your favorable consideration. And thank you for always being able to say, and pick up the phone and say, hey, what's going on with this? Up to today, I receive a phone call. And that phone call is never about, oh, you messing up. It's about making sure that things are right. And when things go wrong, or my employees or the employees aren't doing what they're supposed to do, you see something wrong, bring it to my attention, and I appreciate that. Again, thank you. Lastly, I'd like to thank Governor Albert Brand Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Chigangza Roach Esquire for believing in me and considering me for this position. And I hope that I can make each and every one of you that supported me proud. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Stevens. As I ask everyone who come through this committee that you make us proud, you do the right thing, you communicate from your chiefs all the way to your captains, communicate with them, you know, because these are the men and women on the ground that are doing the work. And I asked before to make sure that you improve the morale by creating a better infrastructure, a home away from home. So thank you, and I look forward to good things coming from your department. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in a quick recess.
Thank you.
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in block 4. The agenda has been read into record, so I will ask who speaks on bill number 35-0115. Can you please recognize Senator Maurice James? Mike. May proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill number 35. Give me one moment, Madam Chair. Let me get to the right tab. This bill number 35-0115 is sponsored by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. And what it does is it prohibits unfair discrimination in hiring policies against persons previously convicted of a crime. The bill ensures that public agencies, private individuals, businesses and corporations, training and apprenticeship programs, vendors, contractors adopt and employ fair housing policies, hiring policies, and practices that are consistent with the goal of removing obstacles to the employment of such persons. And it also requires the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance in hiring practices. Really, the bottom line is that this bill will help with the shortage of manpower in the VI, because it could potentially expand the employee base and provide more manpower for certain industries. So on behalf of Senator Donna Fred Gregory, I'm asking for the support of my colleagues for bill number 35-0115.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Colleagues, I will just go through each one and ask who speaks on each bill. Who speaks on bill number 35-0196? Can you please, Senator Potter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to introduce bill number 35-0196. The bill amends Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C in the following ways. It establishes a September 30th, 2024 deadline for the resumption of the GERS personal loan program. It removes the cap of $10 million in loans per district. It removes the 8% interest rate cap on personal loans, and it limits the system's liability to $75,000. Removing the mandatory 8% interest rate on the member loan program allows the system, it allows the GERS, like other institutions offering loans, the flexibility to establish interest rates based on real-time data to include current conditions in the financial markets and conditions on the ground. A hard and fast 8% rate should not be codified. Should a historically low interest rate environment warrant a reduction in interest rates, the GERS would have the option of establishing lower interest rates and vice versa. The GERS, at this point in time, I guess maybe reverse. Later on in this, at some point during today before the session is over, I will also introduce an amendment. If you recall, in the Committee of Finance meeting, there was some concern regarding having a ceiling, having a cap as to what the system could not exceed. So that amendment is going to be forthcoming, putting a cap to establishing a cap at 12%, so under no circumstances will the system be able to exceed the 12% interest rate cap. The GERS is completely in support of it. If you can recall, the CEO, Angel Dawson, as well as the chairman of the board, Mr. Calwood, who are both here, and they are both in support of these initiatives. So I am hopeful that at the appropriate time, I am respectfully asking you colleagues for your support in empowering the policymakers to make the adjustments and to have the flexibility to put the system on a success trajectory by giving them the flexibility to act and operate a system in real time. So I want to just thank you in advance for your support, and Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, and we will also be offering the amendment.
Thank you, Senator
very
Potter. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0207?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonseca, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Colleagues, I present for your consideration and approval Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Register. The registry will be established within the Department of Health, and it serves as a territorial surveillance system and repository of data regarding patients who have been diagnosed with kidney disease, diabetes, and also stroke. The registry employs excuse me, and researchers shall sign a confidentiality agreement, and agreements will remain effective after the employee or researcher no longer has a relationship with the registry. Colleagues, there are about 22,069 persons living in the territory with diabetes and prediabetes. And of course, heart disease, stroke is the leading cause of death. So I present to you, colleagues, Bill number 35-0207 for your favorable consideration. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0226?
I do, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to ask my colleagues' support of Bill number 35-0226, a bill which seeks to amend amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter I, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimal default amount for child support. Colleagues, I ask your support of this bill, which seeks to raise the minimum default monthly amount for child support from $250 to $1,000 for the first child, and from $60 to $150 for each additional child. This bill was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction on February 27th. The Virgin Islands Department of Justice 4D Program Director of the Division of Paternity and Child Support Division, Ms. Catherine Jensen DeLugo, stated that this measure is the most meaningful child support legislation to be considered in most recent years. This legislation applies only, and I want to stress it, only to those non-custodial parents And a non-custodial parent is a parent that the child does not live with who fails to attend, fails to show up for the paternity and child support hearing, and fails again to provide the financial information on how much they earn so that the paternity and child support division can calculate the amount of money they should pay to support their child. Currently, these non-compliant, non-custodial parents are only paying $250 monthly when they don't show up and provide their financial support. Ms. DeLugo went on to state that over the last 15 years, the VI Division of Paternity and Child Support has seen an increase in failures to appear for hearings and failures to present requested information despite the non-custodial parent being properly and timely served. Colleagues, I ask your urgent support of this measure to help bring justice and bring a level of assistance to our children who are in dire need of the support. And they also need to be able to rise above the poverty level. Our kids count indicated that we have 33% of our young people that are in poverty. Again, I ask you to vote with me in favor of this piece of legislation, which is also co-sponsored by Senator Angel Boquez Jr. and Senator Alma Francis Heyliger. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Colleagues, we are now in Block 4. We have heard from all the sponsors of these bills, and as my colleague mentioned, these bills have already been vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction. I will allow colleagues to have a brief, that's the end of the day, comment on each of these bills in Block 4. I am giving everyone 3 minutes, starting with Senator Franklin Johnson. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely rise in support of most of these measures and this block. Definitely, I'm so appreciative of GRS willing to start back up that loan process, which will be helping a lot of my constituents in being able to borrow some money from their own money. That's Bill number 350196, Bill number 350115, an act repealing the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, in relation to criminal record being not used and on behalf of folks trying to be hired. I definitely support that coming from the Bureau of Correction, understanding when young men or young women come out of the facility, the hardship that they do have in attaining, a job. I also support the act amending Virgin Islands Code, amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetic Registry. And all of these measures was heard in different committees, and yesterday was a little annoying to hear that OMB is saying that they don't have $200,000, and on record I made it clear. We gave the festival committee $1.5 million, we'll be giving Carnival $1.5 million, and we'll be giving St. John's Celebration $1 million. And if we could throw all of that money out to have some party, we better sure find that money for our health care and our folks in this territory. At the appropriate time, I'll be voting my conscience. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of all of these bills in this block. I rise in support of giving a second chance, especially to persons who may have a blemish on their criminal records, and this is about banning the box and the like. So I definitely want to support that and giving our people a second chance at being hired and contributing to our government coffers. I also am in support of Bill number 35.0196. I was in the committee meeting when this was discussed, and GRS 2 was in support. The only issue that they had was the interest rate cap, and I understand that the sponsor will be bringing an amendment to address that issue. And I also support the bill number 35.0207 for the chronic kidney disease and diabetes registry. I think we need to start to collect that data so that we could identify those persons and those areas who have these diseases and check the numbers to see how it's increasing, how it's going down, and the like. And finally, I'm in support of a measure, Bill number 350226, which I am the primary sponsor of, which is an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter I, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support. Madam Chair, thank you so much, and I am ready to vote when the time comes.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am rising in support of all of the measures in this block, beginning with Bill number 35-0115. And I want to commend my colleagues for a forward-thinking initiative, really focusing on providing second chance opportunities for individuals who may have had a brush with the law. This bill will allow them to come back into the world of work. It helps with issues of recidivism, and everyone is deserving of a fair opportunity to have a second chance at rehabilitation. And this bill does just that. Bill number 35.0196, the GRS Reform Bill, an initiative that I prime sponsors. Of course, as you mentioned, it was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction. The CEO of the board, as well as the chief of the board, CEO of the institution, as well as the chief of the board, were both very much in support of these initiatives. It puts the system in a position to operate in real time with respect to the interest rates, just like all other financial institutions. It puts a cap on the disability, on the liability of $75,000, just like all the other semi-autonomous instrumentalities in the government of the Virgin Islands. It puts the system in a positive situation to respond in real time. Bill number 35.0226, I will support the establishment of the minimum default amount to incentivize individuals to come forward to disclose their financial background and put our young people, put our children in a position to receive critically needed support. At the appropriate time, Madam Chair, thank you very much, I will vote in the affirmative for all of the initiatives in this block. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Gittens, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I had an opportunity to vet all these bills in this block, and I'm poised to support most, if not all, once the amendments are offered, and at the appropriate time, I will vote on each of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to use, first I rise in support of all these bills. I do want to provide an explanation of the amendment that I'm going to be making on 35-0115 based on the what came out of the meeting that was held in the Committee of Jurisdiction. The sponsor, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, is offering the amendment to insert a comma to correct a Scrivener's error in the definition of employer in the bill, removes the problematic language that required employers to meet with applicants on the denial and rescission of a job offer, and it inserts new language that makes it clear that the bill does not impact the probationary period any employer may impose on a new hire. So I believe this will satisfy the concerns that were made earlier. I definitely am in support of Bill number 35-0196 because I think that what it will do is, and that's the GRS personal loans, it will stimulate the economy and it will provide our residents with needed funds. The bill number 35-0207 clearly is needed. We need to know who is affected by these diseases in our community so we can come up with the right plan of action to address. And the child support bill, the reason that I am supporting it is basically it deals with people who fail to show up. And so as a result of failure to show up, a default amount is then entered, but it doesn't prohibit them from requesting a modification later if they have information to show that the amount that is being imposed as a result of their default is too excessive or maybe not enough. So I'm in support of all the bills in this block number 4. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Novell Francis, non-committee member, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't have a vote in this committee, but certainly I just wanted to touch on each of the bill real quickly. Of course, Bill 35-0115, which speaks to Second Chance Program and is essential to individuals' reentry and rehabilitation into our community. I think it's critical that we give them a chance, to self-correct as they move forward. So the ban the box has been bantered about for quite some time, and I think it's critical that we move towards doing that and give them a second chance. In regards to Bill 35-0196, which speaks to the personal loan over at government employees retirement system. Again, that's a lifeline that's made available to government employees, active government employees at this time, for them to be able to borrow some money of their own money at a low interest rate, of course, or a reasonable interest rate. I, however, want to caution those individuals that may be nearing retirement to try to prevent putting themselves in a tailspin by borrowing money, because at the end of, or when you go to retirement, you in fact have to submit to pay, in some instances, twice a month on these particular loans as it leads towards retirement, because there's a time certain by which you have to pay off those. So make sure that you're fully informed on these loans if you're nearing retirement. Bill number 35-0207, which speaks to the diabetes and kidney disease registry, and certainly I have moved an amendment as well to add stroke to that discussion. It's unfortunate that we have to legislate these type of issues, but it's critical that we're able to have the data. We know that data drive policy. Data then give us a bird's eye view of what's happening in our community. We know that the environment, family history, there's a lot that goes into some of these chronic diseases that we're seeing, and it's because we're all made up differently. I think genetically, it's important that we're able to gather the data, mine it, analyze it, and then be able to make some determination. Of course, Bill 35-0226, which now drive the minimum wage, a minimum default for child support from $250 to $1,000, I think is important and incumbent upon this body to continue to inform the community and our constituency, because there is some misnomer in regards to this, and this don't speak to current situation with child support, but rather those individuals that fail to provide the information so that paternity and child support could be able to make a determination and what that payment should be. So we'll do our due diligence to continue to properly inform the community so they have an understanding that you have a responsibility to support your child or children, and the best way to do that is to be able to go into the paternity and child support, review your files in completeness, what's available to you in terms of accounting and finances, so that an informed decision can be made based on what you have available to make payments to at this time, and don't allow for it to be forced upon you for that $1,000, because again, it just send you into a tailspin, and then that child continue to suffer because you're unable to make that payment. So it's a win-win situation for you to just go into the paternity and child support and be able to be fairly and adequately be evaluated. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity. Of course, I don't have a vote in this, but we look forward to considering all of these measures when we go to full session, March 25th. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I have to say that I'm in support of all of these bills in this block. I'm not in the committee that these bills were vetted, but I surely heard the discussion that was going on. So I would say I'm in support of these measures before us today. Particularly one of the measures that I will sign on is an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry. It's very important that we have this in the territory, and it also would help with funding for the territory. It's very important that, and it's sad that Bill number 35-0226 has to be legislated, but it is what it is. And if we see there's a need to help parents, I will support this legislation. So colleagues, I am in support of all of these measures in this block, so we can proceed. Do I hear a motion? Amendment, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I offer and move amendment number 35-727 to Bill number 35-0115. Bill number 35-0115, Section 2 is amended as follows. A, internal section 465A, subsection B, insert a comma after the word agency. B, strike internal section 467, subsection B in its entirety. C, internal section 468, insert a subsection F to read, F, this subchapter does not prevent any employer from imposing a probationary period on new employees or new hires. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0115, amendment number 35-727 is properly moved by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator James.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0115 as amended, an act repealing Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, Limited Use of Criminal Records in Hiring Practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and other related purposes. As amended, I so move.
Bill number 35-0115, as amended, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, Limited Use of Criminal Records of Hiring Practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter I, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes, has been properly moved by Senator James and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call on the vote on the bill?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yea, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yea, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Excuse me. Bill number 35-0115, as amended, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, Limited Use of Criminal Records in the Hiring Practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 25, Subchapter I, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes, has been voted upon favorably in the committee, in this Committee of Rules and Judiciary, and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
Motion, Senator Potter.
Amendment.
Amendment?
Yes,
Amendment.
amendment. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move amendment number 35-717 to bill number 35-0196. Bill number 35-0196 is amended as follows. In section 1A, subsection C, strike 9th and insert 8th, and B, insert is subsection D to read, D, in the third paragraph, first sentence, strike from time to time and insert not to exceed 12%. 2, in section 3A, section A, strike set by the board and insert not to exceed 12%. B, insert is subsection C to read, C, in paragraph 3, I, strike the first sentence. 2, in the third sentence, strike at least 3 collateral options. And 3, strike the last sentence. I so move.
Bill number 35-0196, properly moved and seconded by, is properly moved Bill number 35-0196, amendment number 35-717 is properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Colleagues, I did not get this amendment on my, I did not get this, so that's why I'm like, okay. So let's go.
Thank you. Sorry about it. We circulated it, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Potter.
Motion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C, to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be restructured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree's reaches age 70, as amended, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Bill number 35-0196, as amended, an act to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Sections 717C and 766C, to establish a deadline for GRS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be constructed such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70. Was properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. May I have roll call?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0196, as amended, an act to amend the Title III Virgin Islands Code Sections 717C and 766C to establish a deadline for the GRS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate, limit the system liability to $75,000, and set a parameter in Section 717 that all loans must be constructed such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70, has been voted upon favorably by this committee and has been forwarded from this Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out this committee to the full body for full consideration.
Amendment.
We will take a short recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Now we will take action on Bill number 35-0207. Do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I offer Amendment 35-730 for Bill number 35-0207. Bill number 35-0207 is amended in Section 2 by striking $250,000 and inserting $50,000, by striking expended and inserting December 30th, 2024, and by inserting the following at the end. In the fiscal years ending September 30th, 2025, 2026, 2027, and 2028, the sum of $75,000 is appropriated from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Health for the completion of the Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Gittens, Senator Johnson, and Joseph. Roll call on the motion. Roll call. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Potter.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Part I, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease and Diabetes Registry as amended, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Gittens and Johnson and Joseph. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0207 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0207 as amended was properly moved by Senator Potter, seconded by Senator Joseph, James, Gittens, and Johnson. Has been properly vetted and voted by this committee favorably and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and reported to the full body for full consideration. Motion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter I, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support, be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Maurice James. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0226?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens,
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson absent, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter I, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimal default amount for child support, has been voted upon favorably by this committee on the Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee for further consideration. Colleagues, will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0107?
Chair.
Senator Potter, you're acknowledged.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I offer Bill number 35-0107, actually authored by Senator Marvin Blyden, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the fields of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts in her honor. Ms. Cooper really was a Virgin Islander by choice. She moved to the Virgin Islands in 1977. She was a noted educator in the VI public schools and the university system for over 34 years. She was beloved by her students and her colleagues. She was the co-director of the Virgin Islands Writing Project, a pioneer venture that helped teachers to better impart writing skills to young people. She was a lifelong tennis player, an instructor. She was the very first tennis coach at the University of the Virgin Islands. She's a member of the UVI Bucks Hall of Fame. She is truly worthy of this honor of having the UVI tennis courts named on her behalf at the appropriate time. On behalf of Senator Blyden, I ask for your full support, colleagues. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0184?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Victor E. Sewell posthumously for his ultimate contribution to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John in his honor. Madam Chair and colleagues, Mr. Sewell in 1951 joined the U.S. Army from the wonderful island of St. John. And like I always say, imagine you jump on a boat, come across here, go to the airport, and fly out from here. He was assigned to Korea. He fought in the Korea conflict where he met his demise. And sadly enough, to leave here to do great things in life and not able to come back to our beautiful territory. So we're naming Route 10, an island of St. John, in his honor. I think it's fitting for a young veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice. I'm asking for the support of the members of this great committee. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator de Graaf. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0208?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I ask for your support of Bill number 35-0208, a resolution honoring Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands. It's always been my steadfast belief that progressive communities honor and commend their own when they make contributions above and beyond the call of duty for our territory, when they offer service above self, and Ms. Bernice Turnbull is one such individual. She's a Savanero who rose through the ranks at the Department of Finance, holding every significant position there to include Assistant Director of the Treasury, Director of the Treasury, and Commissioner of the Department of Finance, having been appointed to this post by former Governor, the late Charles Wesley Turnbull. Commissioner Turnbull helped steer the Virgin Islands government through some very turbulent economic waters in the late 1990s through her retirement from government service in 2006. In total, she served in the Virgin Islands government for well over 40 years. Her achievements are many, too numerous to mention. She introduced direct deposit to the government of the Virgin Islands in 2003. She introduced a major financial accounting system that went live in 2006. She brought income tax returns up to date, provided 12 years worth of financial audits in 18 months, served as acting governor on several occasions, served as member of the VI Banking Board, the Economic Development Board, the Schneider Hospital Board. She was the chair of the VI Lottery Commission, vice president and treasurer of the St. Thomas Federal Credit Union. She served as a member of the St. Thomas Historical Trust Board, and she's the sole proprietor of LB Landscaping and Trucking from 2017 to present. She's held numerous positions of leadership at the Wesley Methodist Church here in St. Thomas. Colleagues, recognizing someone of Ms. Turnbull's caliber inspires others in our community to strive for their own personal excellence. It fosters a sense of pride. Bernice Turnbull is a remarkable lady with a heart of gold. She's a financial guru, community activist, political advisor. Most importantly, she is a woman of faith, and at the appropriate time, I ask you, colleagues, for your support in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Who speaks on bill number 35-0223? You may proceed.
Thank you so, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I ask for your support of bill number 35-0223, an act that honors Bishop Dr. William Alfred Industrious for his contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands in the field of ministry and transportation, and renamed a portion of Gamle Gade in his honor. This God-fearing man has spent his majority of his life teaching and preaching the word of God at no cost. He has helped to build a sanctuary in the road that is located in the Weeks and Weeks Bakery Road, which we are seeking now to rename in his honor as the Bishop William A. Industrious Street. This fine gentleman on March 3rd of this year celebrated his 95th birthday, having gone through 2 heart surgery, standing on his own, and you could just see the work of God in this fine gentleman. Moreover, he transported and drove a number of people and transported them to and from church in his own vehicle at no charge at all. He has indicated and placed and said putting God first was the foundation of his family, and each day began with a family devotional period where the Bible was read, prayers were offered, and spiritual values taught in the home, and he demonstrated dedication to ensuring that he continued this legacy for his family by taking his grandchildren to church every Sunday with him. There's no wonder that this gentleman, this God-fearing man, has reached that age of 95 and have been able to still stand firm on his own 2 feet, having gone through heart surgery. He is truly a man of God. His message to others is that success begins and ends with honoring and living by God's word. And when one does so, everything that one does in life will always matter, as it is importance to one's growth and success in life, and one's life will be blessed. Colleagues, I urge you to support this measure, and I just want to note that this measure is also sponsored, and signing on to this bill is Senators Ray Fonseca and Donna A. Fred Gregory. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to getting your favorable support on this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Who speaks on bill number 35-0246? You may proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues. Bill number 35-0246 is an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Service, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcels number 159 remainder, Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. And this property premise is being leased for an initial term of 10 years with an option to renew for 2 additional 5-year terms. This will be, again, utilized for operating a marine surveyor as well as a consulting business at a cost of $24,000 per annum. And this matter was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and I'm asking for my colleagues' assistance in moving this on to the next level, which will be full session. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. You may proceed with Bill number 35-0245 because I know you're speaking on that. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, this bill is Bill 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Project Set Town, West End Quarters, St. Thomas, Correction, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story building consistent collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet or 0.6366 U.S. acres of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes. And this will be used by the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority for a term of 15 years with an annual rent of $12, $1 per month for the purpose of operating a community block grant disaster relief program to, again, be able to staff up members of the Housing Finance Authority that will be responsible for disaster grants, and in the future also be occupying the Office of Disaster Recovery. I'm asking for my colleagues' support on these 2 measures, and these are being sent down by the request of the Governor, Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Colleagues, I'm giving everyone 3 minutes for your line of statements regarding these bills in this block. As mentioned, Block 5 has been read number 1 into the agenda this morning. Block 5 has all the bills in this block has been vetted in this Committee of Jurisdiction. So starting with Senator Franklin Johnson, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I will be voting on all of these measures in this block. No need to use 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Joseph, you may proceed.
Madam Chair, as the hour is spent and the majority of these 6 measures were actually vetted in my committee, bill numbers 35-0107, 35-0184, 35-0208, and 35-0223. I will be voting in favor of all of those 4 measures that I mentioned. And I did listen in to the conversation in the Committee of Jurisdiction for bills number 35-0246 and bill number 35-0245. And I will be voting in favor of all of these measures as they are called up so that we can move forward. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Potter, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm honored to really vote favorably on all 4 items in block number 5. These resolutions honoring, of course, Mrs. Fenella Cooper, Mr. Vego Suar, Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull, and the act naming Gamle Gade after William A. Industrious. All 4 Virgin Islanders are most worthy of this honor, and at the appropriate time, I will vote favorably for all of them. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Gittens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to all. Madam Chair and colleagues, I am in support of most, if not all, of the measures before us in this block. I definitely sat in on the hearing with all the resolutions, and we have 4 before us. 2 are posthumously honoring and commending, and the other 2 are living and here with us. And at the appropriate time, with regards to Bill number 35-0208, the one honoring and commending Mistress Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime of service, I am poised to offer an amendment that will include the naming of the Department of Finance Administrative Building in her honor, and noting that if that building were to be moved from its current location to any other location, that the name will follow. Again, I just want to say congratulations to her in advance. Job well done, and I hope that we can have some younger folks coming behind you that can walk in your footsteps. At the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I will offer the amendment and also vote on the other measures before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, I don't have a vote in this committee, but certainly, the individuals that's named here in these 4 resolutions have made their marks and contribution to Virgin Islands community, specifically St. Thomas District and St. John. This time around, Mr. Suar, posthumously a veteran that family got shortchanged as a result of him dying while paying the ultimate sacrifice during a tragedy. So it's very important for us to be able to recognize his contributions and pay tribute to those individuals. Ms. Frenella Cooper, as well, her contributions to the field of education, sports, culture, and the naming of the University of the Virgin Islands Tennis Court in her honor, again, is commendable, and this was fully supported by the president of the University of the Virgin Islands as well. So when you heard about her contributions, her training over a number of years, of the amount of students that went through her, it's really an honor for us to be able to recognize her work. Ms. Bernice Turnbull, an individual that I had the opportunity to work alongside, and see her at work, and her contribution is immense. So that is something that I am very happy and proud to be able to support. Her over 40 years of service, public service to this community is second to none. Certainly, Mr. Industrious. And naming the street William A. Industrious Street. This individual, he didn't even take money from the church. During his time as the pastor of the church, he put whatever funds that was raised, tithes, right back into the church, again, to continue the services that he was able to provide. 95 years young at this point, still a strong, vibrant gentleman. And just wishing him long health as he continued to do the work on the behalf of the Christian faith that he has been able to demonstrate so many years, and certainly impacted many, many lives there. And we also have the 2 lease agreement for the government of the Virgin Islands that we're moving forward. One that would allow for surveying, as well as the other one that will be used for the housing of the Housing Finance Authority, CDBG, Community Block Grant Disaster Relief Program. I asked him for my colleagues' support in all of these measures as we continue to do the work on behalf of the people. And I really want to commend and congratulate all of the bill sponsors and moving these critical resolutions forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I have to say that I am in support of all the measures before us in Block 5. As I wasn't in the committee, I sure listened, especially yesterday. I learned a few things about surveying in waters. That was pretty interesting learning about that. So I'm definitely in support of 35-0246. Colleagues, I'm prepared to entertain a motion on bill number 35-0107.
Motion?
Motion, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the field of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts in her honor, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Joseph. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0107.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the fields of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts in her honor has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for full consideration. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0184, an act honor and commending Vigo E. Sewer posthumously for his ultimate contribution to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John in his honor be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Johnson and seconded by Senator Gittens and seconded by Senator Joseph. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0184?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent, Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Vigo E. Sewer posthumously for his ultimate contributions to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John in his honor has been voted upon favorably
by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for full consideration. Do I hear a motion? Do I hear a
motion?
Amendment? Senator Potter, Senator Potter, did you say amendment?
No, I know Senator Gittens said that he had an amendment, so I was waiting for him.
Thank you. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move amendment number 35-647, an amendment to Bill number 35-0208, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0208, correction, 35-0208, is amended by redesignated Section 2 as Section 4 and inserting new sections 2 and 3 to read as follows. Section 2, the Virgin Islands Department of Finance's current building located at number 2314 Gamle Gade, Charlotte Amalie St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, must be named the Bernice Alma Turnbull Finance Administrative Building. If the Department of Finance is relocated, the successor building and any other successor buildings must be named the Bernice Alma Turnbull Finance Administrative Building. Section 3, the sum of $40,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to erect a sign at the main entrance to the building and to place a plaque in a prominent location on the front of the building bearing the inscription, the Bernice Alma Turnbull Finance Administrative Building. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0208, amendment number 35-647 is properly moved and seconded, properly moved by Senator Gittens and seconded by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0208, a resolution honoring and commending Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime of service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands, as amended, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Bill number 35-0208, as amended, a resolution honoring and commending Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime of service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands, has been voted upon, favorably, here in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out this committee to the full body for full consideration. Amendment, Senator Carla Joseph. Bill number 35-0223.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I rise to offer amendment number 35-662, amendment to Bill number 35-0223, which is offered by me. Bill number 35-0223 is amended as follows. A, on page 1, line 1, by striking is and inserting was born on March 3rd, technical amendment 1929 in Garden Bay, Tortola.
Motion, Senator Gittens.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move to waive the reading of the amendment. I so move.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Second. Second.
Seconded by Properly moved by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move.
I so move. It was properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Gittens. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamle Gade, the William A. Industrious Street, as amended, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Gittens. Roll call on the motion, on the bill, bill number 35-0223, as amended.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0223, as amended, an act renaming a portion of Gamle Gade, William A. Industrious Street, has been voted upon favorably from the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee for full further consideration. Do I hear a motion on bill number 35-0246?
Yes, Madam Chair, you do. Madam Chair and colleagues, I rise to move bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and ProMar Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159 remainder, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Gittens. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0246?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. 45. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and ProMar Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 1591 submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159 remainder, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has been properly voted on in this committee favorably and has been forwarded from the Committee of Rules and Judiciary to the committee, to the full body for full consideration. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Carla Joseph. Bill number 35-0245.
Madam Chair, I rise to make a motion to move Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet or 0.6366 U.S. acres of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes, be voted upon in this committee favorably and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0245, Bill number 35-0245 has been properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Johnson. May I have roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart?
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Marie C. James? Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square foot or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant, disaster relief program, and other related purposes, has been properly voted upon favorably by this committee and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues, this completes all the blocks. Block 1 to 5, we've had 3 nominations, 9 bills. Colleagues, thank you. 10 bills, I was corrected, 10 bills. At this time, I just want to say, colleagues, thank you. I want to say thank you to my staff. I want to say thank you to the media. Couldn't do it without you guys. To all the legislative staff that helped run this committee meeting. And of course, Myrna, we love you, you rock. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is now hereby adjourned. Happy Easter. God bless the Virgin Islands.